my God. Oh man. Put these headphones on. You know what I mean? Oh, that's awkward. My headphones is connected to the wrong interface. Oh, jeez, Louise. Oh man. Sorry, guys. I had to practice last night reading sheet music for the first time in umpteenth years. Man. Thing is a struggle, man. Here we go. Let's see if we can pull up one of those videos that I was talking about. Oh man, where's the video with the oh no, that's not it. That's not it. Where's the video that went viral? Where's the video that went viral? Oh, let me, you know what, in the meantime, let me put this tweet up here. Cuz it's hilarious. Every year we go through this on draft day. Every time we go through this. Every time on draft day we go through this. You'll hear vicious ad nauseum. I'm talking about ad nauseum, talking about, oh man, black ninjas ain't ish and blah blah blah. Particularly BWs. Particularly BWs. They'll say this ad nauseum. We don't need ninjas. We only like drug dealers. We can't do no 9 to 5 person. And they're just and they're just shocked when a ninja come up with some money or he's about to get drafted. He's in there with his snow bunny. And they just be shocked. You're like, of course he's gonna go the snow bunny route. Of course. Oh man. I bet you if we check Miss Jazzy Bell's Twitter, her posts, you know what I mean? And on top of that, I remember it was like, remember a post that had went viral? It was like ninjas wearing suits and people was mad and people were mad about that. I couldn't believe it. It was just ninjas wearing suits. It's one thing to think it's corny, but to think it would like, but it's like, damn. Y'all must not like ninjas at all. Anyway, I gotta find that video. I gotta find that video of homegirl. What's her name? What's that girl's name? What's the guy's name who the Jets drafted last night? That joint was funny. The number 10 pick. What was his name? The African guy. Trying to find out his name real quick. Trying to find out his name. The fuck? Damn. What are we doing here? Olu Fashanu, exactly. Olu Fashanu, girlfriend, hug. See what pops up. That joint was funny as hell, boy. That joint was funny as hell.
What do you mean? What's going on? We got you. You're a New York Jet. We've been waiting a long time tonight for you.
But the Jets did do the
loved you.
They did do the right thing in getting him. They needed to make sure to just to shore up the protection. because Tyrone Smith is injury prone, but have him on the back burner. They can move him around once he retires. Put him at that left tackle position. He'll be straight. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's what they were supposed to do, anyways. But that's what they were supposed to do. But I gotta find that video where he was trying to get the hug. That's the video I'm trying to find real quick. That's the video I'm trying to find. Here we go. It's probably gonna pop up here. Let me go through the Twitter feed real quick. Right here, right here. Here we go. I think this is it. I think this is it. I think this is it, if I'm not mistaken.
Hello. Hey, what's going on? Oh. Hey, sorry, my fault. I'm good. I can't wait. New York Jets.
Yeah, this is it. So they got it on full HD. This is on full HD. So he has the dad, the mom right next to him, and the girl is trying to get a hug so bad, but the mom was like, "Nope, you ain't finna act like the homegirl from 2020 that the Titans drafted, and we ended up releasing that dude." Remember that big Titans ninja that the Titans had drafted, and the really obese white girl that was there, and she blocked up the whole screen. She blocked up his whole face, and the draft is about him, and she blocking his his whole view. The mom literally had to rip her off. I was just like, man. First of all, when it comes to draft protocol, what you need to have what it's supposed to be, the girl, if it's a wife, that might be different, but if it's a girlfriend, which most of these dudes is if it's a girlfriend, the girlfriend really not even supposed to be in the screen. It's supposed to be your mom and your dad, and if the dad's not there or the mom's not there, somebody else in the family that you consider part of why you are the way you are. Is not supposed to be a bitch you fucking temporarily on the couch with you on your special day. You know what I'm saying? It's not supposed to be where the, like it's draft day and it's supposed to be about you, but they're talking about the bitch right next. Nah. We can't be doing that. If it's a wife, it's different. If it's a wife, okay, I understand. But we know most of the time it's the girlfriend. It's a girlfriend. Who you have next to you is supposed to be your dad and your mom. That's it. Or whatever, it's stepdad or stepmom, whatever. The people involved in raising you and who you credit to where you are the way where you are the way you are. Or if one of them not there, your brother, your sister, your coach, your teacher that you fucked with heavy. You know what I'm saying? Not a bitch that you fucking, man. You know what I'm saying? That's this, like, for me, if that was me in that situation, like, I'm not even having there's like I would not even have I would have literally just told the broad that I have. I'll just be like, look, this is what I want you to do. I want you to be in the kitchen making something for the guests that are all there. Make sure everybody's served. Make sure everybody got a drink. All right. And then once they call my name, right? I'll whether or not if I feel like it, if I feel like it, then I will summon you. that's that's what I would do. I know that's very that might make me sound like an asshole, but look, that's how I would do it because this shit where it'll be like an NFL player and then everybody's talking about the bitch that they with, and she ain't put no practice reps in, but everybody talk nah, and then especially if she do something out of pocket on camera. Now the narrative shifts to like, oh, yo, what, you can't control your nah. And the girlfriend really not even supposed to be in the frame. It's just it's supposed to be just something people just end up figuring out, oh, you do got a girl. You know what I mean? But so when the screen is on you, just you and the people that raised you. That's it. That's it. So this is the HD photo. But I'm pretty sure that mom, she probably watched that 2020 draft where there was a whole lot of nonsense that we saw on camera where everybody had to stay home for the draft. The 2020 draft, everybody had to stay home. I saw a lot of nonsense. You had what's that guy's name? Fuck. The wide receiver for the Cowboys. I gotta stop blanking on people's name. The homie from Oklahoma. I don't know why I'm blanking on his name. He had a great season this year. Cowboys wide receiver. I don't know why I'm blanking on his name right now. It's embarrassing. CD Lamb, exactly. When CD Lamb's girl sitting there taking this phone from him in front of the cameras, and he got to be like, "Bitch, please, what are you doing?" Like, I'm on camera too. And it was funny because the mom was looking at that situation like she was like, she shouldn't have done that shit. Now I hope he did I'm pretty sure he got rid of that girl after that, because apparently that was like that girl specifically. Apparently that was Trey, the point guard from Atlanta. Trace, I'm blanking on his last name. Trey, that was Trey's old bitch. That was Trey bitch. So I don't. I would have been gotten rid. But anyway, shout out to Olu for Shanu. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. Come on.
Yeah, so shout out to those guys. You know what I mean? Shout out to old Lou. I guess. Shout out to my guy right here. Okay. But yeah, it is interesting. Let me see the comments. Let's see the comments real quick. Let's see the comments. Actually, I gotta be careful with Instagram. With Twitter. I gotta be careful with Twitter due to the fact because on Twitter, they just in the comment section, you could literally be scrolling and prawn is just it's just gonna pop up on you. You can't even escape it. You can't even escape it. It's just gonna pop up on you, and you not even without your consent. You know, without your consent, it's just gonna pop up on you. It's really, really inconvenient. What the fuck are they talking about right here? Let me put it on. Let me put it on something. Let me put it on something before I scroll through my Twitter for more things, because Twitter's just cessful sometimes. So let me not even go. Let me not even go through the comments. Let me pull up more shit though. Because this was funny though. This was funny. You know, and like I said, a lot of the things is not even about race. A lot of it is about class, right? So I'll see like a lot of like me personally, I will see a lot of black men, they'll get um they'll be hurt where basically they're they'll be hurt when they see particularly pro black men. They'll get hurt when they see black women, particularly nowadays, even though it's always been like that. I don't know what was taking them so long, but they'll see them really trying to aim for the white dudes. Even the pro black women will try to aim for the white dudes. But what people don't understand is it's not necessarily a matter of, oh, they just hate black men, which is part of it, but most of the time it's just it's women chase status, class. It's always about class, right? Um a lot of times in societies of today and the past, a lot of times class is associated with skin tone, and that's a deeper discussion that we can end up having. So you'll see particularly a lot of black male athletes, they'll get a white girlfriend so they can have lighter skinned kids. So they see the lighter skinned kids. So once they grow up, they don't have as tough of a time that he thought he had, because he probably thought his skin tone kept him from certain different opportunities where he can make a different type of money. So it's not even really a matter of race, it's a matter of class, you know. So this is what people got to understand. It's always the chase for resources. It's always a chase for class, status, wealth. That's always what it is. And skin tone or race is just, it's actually it's a part of it, but it's a small part of it. So right here we're going to look at this tweet right here from Miss Jazzy Bell. She's upset. She says, not even gonna lie, seeing all black athletes with white girlfriends at every NFL draft makes my blood boil. It's borderline shameful. But mind you, this is gonna be the same broad that was probably all year talking about ninjas ain't shit, right? Um, I hate making fun of the dudes, making fun of the black men that were in suits. Because remember that it was like a video that went viral. It was like black men in suits, and I'm like, I never seen so much negativity. Or you'll have, remember the black librarian kid, the dude they ran off Twitter. They ran this dude. All he was telling ninjas to do was to go to the library. That's all he was telling motherfuckers to do. And he had to end up taking a mental health break because particularly BWs ran him off Twitter. I was like, or really black people in general ran him off Twitter. And then they just be shocked when certain black people, they get money and they out of the hood or they out of the community, or certain black men, they get their paper and they're like, I'm not even trying to deal with a BW now that I got this paper. And the people be shocked. But you the actions that they see, right? The actions that they see from their mom, their single mammies. You know what I mean? People act like we can't, we're not seeing what we're seeing, and then be shocked at the results. You know what I mean? This this denial. This is what gets me. First of all, let me check something real quick on my YouTube, because I don't see anybody in the chat. I don't see anybody in the chat. Maybe it's just me, or maybe I have something in my settings that I'm not noticing. So let me check. Let me check something real quick. Let me check something real quick. Let me just make sure it's not off or anything. Okay. It's on. All right. All right. All right. We're on. We're on. Because I was seeing nobody in the chat. I was like, this is a bit suspicious. But anyway, these are the things that we gotta talk about. And I already knew Mr. Tommy Sotomayor. My phone dropped. Mr. Tommy Sotomayor was gonna have something to say about that. We already knew. Oh man. Oh yeah, and on top of that, we'll look at this. I've seen plenty of tweets of BWs on Twitter talking crazy about black men, like talking crazy, and then you get mad when black men get their passports and leave and talking about where are you guys going? I'm like, they're leaving. You don't want these guys. Only until like I said, it's corny for a black man to put on a suit and oh he's a wannabe Kevin Samuels up until it's ninjas in the suit in the NFL draft and you see them with another bish. Then it's a problem. Then it's a problem. Then you actually like ninjas with suits on. You know what I mean? So the consistency. This is what we're talking about here. The consistency. And I have seen plenty. Let's not act like we haven't. We've seen plenty of tweets via Twitter where you got BWs openly disparaging black men. And people think that the problem is when women diss men in general, they think that it's only the average black man that's getting that message. No, it's these NFL ninjas. They're seeing this stuff on Twitter too. The athletes, the men that are gonna make certain amount of money that have a plan. You know what I mean? Every black man is seeing these tweets, you know? Like women in general, when they make certain statements, they're speaking like out of like a real hurt over what one street ninja did to her, and then they project it. They project that negativity. But what they don't understand the collateral damage of that is by generalizing so much because they want the ninja that hurt her to feel the same hurt that she felt. She ends up hurting almost thousands or hundreds of thousands of BWs, right? She ends up hurting her own women by putting that message out there to where you'll have even a more population of black men that are like, you know what, I'm not even going to be near BWs. You know what I mean? Just off my protection, right? You'll have right the Cynthia G-ites, right? these people talking crazy all year, but then once NFL draft day comes or NBA draft day comes, they're like, "Why are all these black men with white women?" I'm like, I wonder why." It can't all just be self-hate. It can't all just be self-hate. The reflection, man, and everything that's got to be part of it. Anyway, let's look at some of the before we even go in on that topic, let's look at NFL Draft 2024 results. Let's see what we got so far. Also, the Bills, they're idiots, bro. They literally this is why when you'll have fans complain about certain teams being stacked, right? Particularly in the NFL, if you complain about a certain NFL team being stacked, oh, but he has this and he has that. But then y'all be dropping the balls, and I be seeing some of these decisions that teams make in the draft, and I'm like, you guys did it to yourself. You guys did it to yourself. You guys effed up. You guys dropped the ball. So right here, let me show you something real quick. Right. So the Chiefs got this pick, right, via Buffalo. And I first of all, because the Chiefs called the Bills to make a deal for that pick. Now, the Chiefs already swindled the Buffalo Bills before because the 2017 draft pick that they got from Mahomes, that was the Bills pick. So, based off the history and based off their success in the draft, because Chiefs have a actually decent draft history in terms of all time, they have a decent, especially in the past 10 to 15 to 20 years, they've had a decent draft history in terms of being able to turn rough products into diamonds, right? Which end up being valuable trading assets to use in the future. If a team like the Chiefs is calling me for my draft pick, my alarm bells should already be going off. If I'm like the GM, like if I'm the GM and the Chiefs is trying to call me for my pick, my alarm bell should be like, whoa, who they reaching for? Because they reaching for somebody, right? And you would think that the Buffalo Bills like, nah, we ain't even doing business with the Chiefs. Fuck that. We do anybody else but the Chiefs we do business with. They're like, oh yeah, sure, I guess you can have that. And the Chiefs is literally giving you, clearly they see something in Xavier Worthy. And let's not like let's and then, oh yeah, by the way, they still by the way, this is the record uh combine wide receiver, meaning he has the fastest 40 time in NFL draft combine history at 4.21 seconds 40. He had a 4.21 40. Fastest combine speed in NFL history. And he's still on the board. This is where you got to start reaching out to be like, whoa, who are the Chiefs looking at? This is where you would think they could have used that to their advantage, bluff them, give the pick to somebody else. You know what I mean? See who they're trying to get and see if they can even block that move. But nope, they're just like, yeah, well, I guess we'll give you that, and we'll take what you're offering us as well. This is, oh my god, and then this will gonna happen. Patrick Mahomes has too much help at the wide receiver core. He has what's the ninja that got arrested? That guy, and he got Travis Kelce, and he has Xavier Worthy. But you literally have teams that will help out their own enemy. Why? I have no idea. Because a lot of these mistakes, it happens during the draft. It happens during the draft, and they're just like, a lot of these mistakes, they happen during the draft. It's their fault. It's their fault. That's why I don't want, like, I don't want to hear, or what happened? The punter, the punt god, right? He's now on the Chiefs. So now people are gonna complain, oh my God, they even have a great kicker and a punter. I'm like, well, he was available, but nobody wanted to take on the quote unquote baggage, even though he proved that the girl was lying. Nobody wanted to take a flyer on a really good punter. So the Chiefs was like, shit, come with us. So I don't want to hear people complaining, talking about they got too much help, because people just drop the ball. They don't want to take risks to be successful. Teams don't want to take certain risks, but it seems like the winning teams, they be going all in on certain things, and it ends up working out for them in the future. And then you'll have these Bills fans or some other fans complaining about how stacked the team is, but a lot of these people be dropping the ball. Like, one of the most egregious things I've ever seen in my life was when the Eagles passed on Justin Jefferson when they needed a receiver and they got Jalen Reagor instead. I still, for the life of me, I still don't get why they did that, because to me, Justin Jefferson was surefire. In my opinion, at that time, I was like, why is Justin Jefferson falling? He ends up falling right into the Vikings. I think he went in the second round. That's just insane to me. Or that to me, I still don't get it. Draft. Let me look at where I would have sworn he got taken the second round, if I'm not mistaken. Or the first, or he was, oh yeah, the second he was this let me see. He dropped way too far, in my opinion. Oh, he was in the first round, but still, it was pick 22. I was like, yeah, that's way too far. That's way too far. And the Eagles had a chance to get him, and they picked Rhaegar, and I was like, who? That's the first thing I said. I was like, who? I was like, well, okay, okay. Then people gonna complain about, man, the Vikings got 2 number ones. They got 3. I'm like, well, if you're gonna keep passing on number ones, especially in the draft, I mean, and then look at what the Falcons just did. Now the Bears technically they have three number one wide receivers. They got 3 WR1s. They got 3 WR1s. 3. Because Keenan Allen was a number 1 when he was at the Chargers. DJ Moore is the number 1 at Chicago, and he's still a number 1 wide receiver, right? And then you got homie from Washington, the light-skinned kid that with the African name. I'm blanking on his name. But he's a number 1. And the Bears are like, well, if you're gonna pass on him, I'll take him. Well, like I said, it's still because I don't want to hear people complain about how stacked the Bears wide receiver room is. I don't want to hear that shit because people had opportunity to take some of these people off their hands. People had opportunities, and they're just like, nah, I don't feel like it. Oh man, what do we have here? Yeah, I haven't had a single chat yet. I haven't had a single chat. Yeah, I haven't had a single chat. This is weird. But anyway, let's also look at what else in the draft that I liked. Oh yeah, the irony, right? The irony. Let me show you something, real quick. Malik Neighbors, right? LSU wide receiver drafted by the Giants, and it's literally the 10-year anniversary when they drafted OBJ. Let me see what pick OBJ was though. Odell Beckham Jr. draft. The 12th over, yeah. So OBJ was the 12th overall pick. But yeah, that wide receiver class in 2014, that was stacked. It was like OBJ, DeAndre Hopkins. You know what I mean? That was a stacked wide receiver. And I think Watkins was in that one too. Yeah, that was a stacked wide receiver draft class right there. Look at the the 2014 NFL draft was low key stacked. Yeah, Jadeveon Clowney, 1. Yeah, let me look at the wide receivers. Yeah, it was Mike Evans in there, Sammy Watkins, OBJ. But that first round was full of studs. Brandon Cooks. Yeah, that was a stacked wide receiver. This is the first round I'm looking at. Well, Kevin Benjamin, he could have been good, but he literally ate himself out the league, and he's a diva. He's a diva. Look at that first round. Look at the players in that first round they had. They had Jadeveon Clowney, Sammy Watkins, Khalil Mack, Jake Matthews. Man, that was a stacked first round right there. Mike Evans, Anthony Barr, Eric Ebron, Taylor Lewan, OBJ, Aaron Donald, Kyle Fuller, Rajay Shazier, Zach Martin, who was probably my favorite player in that draft. He's going to the Hall. He's going to be a future Hall of Fame. I still think he should have won Rookie of the Year because him on that Dallas Cowboys offensive line that year, anybody that watched the Cowboys that year, that's one probably the best offensive line I've ever seen in my life. That was easily probably the best offensive line I've seen in my life. I'm talking about pass protection and run protection. That was a great offensive line. CJ Mosley, wow. Brandon Cooks, haha, Clinton Diggs. Oh, I forgot Johnny Manziel was in that. Oh Lord, he was awful, but he got like way more attention than everybody else in this list. Man. Teddy Bridgewater, Teddy Two Gloves. Man, that's a nice first round right there. That 2014 draft is underrated right there. That's an underrated draft class. Wow. Looking back, that's an underrated draft class. Also, put one in the chat if you can hear, just to make sure, because this is the first time I've ever had like zero people typing in the chat. Maybe I have something off on my settings or something. I've never seen this before. I'm 36 minutes in. I always get something in the first two seconds I get a chat in. Put a one in the chat if you can hear. Maybe am I off? Hopefully. Okay, let me make sure. Let me just make sure I'm coming through on the speakers. Okay, let me make sure. Okay. Let me just make sure that they see. All right, I'm coming through. Just put a one in the chat if I'm coming through. This is the first time I have like zero chats. This is the first time ever. Like even back in the days when I had even when I had like 300 like 200 subscribers, I had somebody in the chat. I had somebody. But put a one in the chat if you can hear properly. Just to make sure. Just to make sure. Put a one in the chat if the sound's good, if everything's straight. Oh, hold on for a sec. Let me point something. Let me see something real quick. Somebody sent me something very interesting via YouTube. Somebody sent me something very interesting. Very, very interesting. Let's open up a YouTube real quick. Somebody sent me a point. Okay. Somebody sent me a point. So let's look at God damn it. What? Okay. Let's look at one of the old videos I did. So somebody just sent me a comment. They said they always. So remember I did that story about this bitch that got caught with the 18-year-old student. She was 26. So you're seeing like a lot of particularly younger women, they're getting caught with their high school students, with their middle school students. And it's women in their, I'm talking about women in their 20s when they're supposed to actually have a decent picking age. But somebody pointed something now. He said between the ages of 25 and 28, these teachers are getting caught. And I have been noticing that. Particularly it's women in their mid 20s getting caught is like right before the epiphany stage. They're trying high school students. It's like right before the epiphany stage, they're getting caught. So I wouldn't even say like 25, 20. I would say like literally 24 through 28. So yeah, that's same thing. So between that age range, they're getting caught. A lot of those women are getting caught with their high school students that they're with, or the middle school students that they're with, 24 through 28, right before the epiphany stage. So yeah, that is a great observation. And this is I'm looking at this girl and I'm like, you couldn't find no dude at all. Really? This is where this is where I draw the line. I'm like, you couldn't find, thank you. Okay. It's just people are just not chatting. Cause I'm thinking maybe I'm hitting I was like, I'm like, maybe I'm talking to I was just hoping that I was like, hopefully like my mic is not off and I don't know about it. That's what I was thinking. I was like, oh shit. I panicked. I was like, hopefully my mic is on. But thank you, IB. Thank you, IB. Because I thought like my mic was off or something. I was like, why? I'm like, I don't see no chats. Even when I had like no subscribers, bruh. I was like, I still had at least 2 or 3 people in the chat. I'm talking about in the beginning of the show. So that's why I was like, whoa, what's going on here? you know? And on top of that, it is early. It is a early this is a early this is an early show than usual. It is Friday. People are gonna get their last hours in before they can get off. But yeah. And plus people be at work too. Like Trevor, I remember Trevor was saying that, yeah, I'd be listening to people's podcast. He said he listened to mine, but he'll be like at work. So yeah, that also happens a lot. But I just had to make sure that I wasn't literally talking for the past 40 minutes and my mic is off or something crazy. That's the one thing on StreamYard that I wish they could fix, where you can I wish you were able to track like your vocals, where it shows like, the green, the yellow, and the red, right? To see if that whatever you're inputting, it's outputting to the audience, like via like OBS. It would show you these things, so you would know if your mic is off or on, or if the desktop audio is coming through. You could always check it to see if it's coming through. So I never even really would have to do a whole mic check via OBS, but OBS be crashing way too much. And on top of that, the StreamYard is very easy to use. Very easy to use in terms of streaming, showing the super chats, downloading certain overlays. You know what I mean? So that's why StreamYard so far has been decent. And on top of that, StreamYard is expensive. That's why people kind of stay away from it. Man, looking back at that 2014 NFL draft, let me look at, because I remember, man, I'll say this. Merrill Hodge was spot on when he was talking about Khalil Mack and Jadeveon Clowney. He was spot on. He was spot on when he was in terms of talking about Khalil Mack and Jadeveon Clowney. He was, oh my God, he was spot on. He was super spot on. I'll say my favorite player in that 2014 draft. I'm trying to see, because I still remember when all these guys were in college. I still remember. Oh man. Let's look at they don't they ain't showing the let me see the 2014 draft. Let me see something. 2014. Cooper Cup 2017. 20 yeah, my favorite. Let me see. I gotta see, because I always had like my favorites coming into these drafts. I'm trying to see if if a name pops up that I remember, that I was like, oh man, I love this guy coming through the draft. I did really like Mike Evans, but I know he wasn't my favorite. I really like. I'll say I did like Derek Carr coming through in the draft. DeMarcus Lawrence, I did like him coming through. Let's see. Man, they had some decent players, dog. I'm really trying to look at these players who I really liked coming through in the 2014 draft. Oh yeah, Jarvis Landry was in that draft. Man, 2014 draft was underrated, dog. 2014 draft was underrated. Oh man, I'm trying to look at these players. Who did I really really like coming through? But yeah, I could definitely say Derek Carr I had an affinity for. Okay, here we go. Logan Thomas. So people that don't know Logan Thomas, that's was who was one of my favorite players coming through. but we knew he wasn't gonna be. I knew he wasn't gonna be a quarterback, but so people that don't know, Logan Thomas went to VTech, right? He was an amazing athlete. He was an amazing athlete and like really athletic. We knew he was going to change his position. He ended up becoming a tight end when he came to the officially a tight end when he came to the NFL. But yeah, Logan Thomas was disgusting, bro. That was one of my favorite players coming into that 2014. I will say he was probably my favorite. I can definitely say that he was my favorite just athlete coming through, and DeAnthony Thomas. But DeAnthony Thomas, it didn't really work out for him in the NFL. DeAnthony Thomas was disgusting when he was in Oregon. He was disgusting. He was Tyreek Hill before Tyreek Hill. He was way ahead of his time. DeAnthony Thomas was disgusting. He was disgusting. He would play wide receiver. Sometimes he'd come out the backfield when he was in Oregon. Man, under that Chip Kelly offense, man, he was disgusting. DeAnthony Thomas, that was one of my favorite college football players of all time. Logan Thomas was disgusting as well in his own way. He was one of my favorite athletes just over as an overall athlete. Yeah, that 2014 draft, that was an interesting, interesting year. That was an interesting year. But man, look at the players, the rookies that won that year. Yeah, Odell Beckham Jr. winning Rookie of the Year, who I still think Zach Martin should have won the Rookie of the Year that year, but I digress. And then Aaron Donald, he won Defensive Rookie of the Year. Man, talk about a great like trajectory in terms of the future right there. Because I still think the one Rookie of the Year that year. That he really helped that Dallas offensive line. Come on, man. That's one of the best offensive lines I've ever seen in my life. No cap. No cap, one of the best offensive lines I've seen in my life. But anyway, let's go back to the 2024. So, I will say this, definitely to me, the Marvin Harrison Jr., he's going to be a slam dunk. He's definitely going to be a slam dunk. Malik Neighbors, he's going to fit right in New York. I just hope that I don't know if they're going to have who's going to throw the ball in New York. That's the thing. I don't even know who's going to throw the ball. If it's official that Tyrod Taylor, if he's staying, then he's going to get the ball. He's going to get the ball. Now, people have a lot of questions about the Michael Penix Jr. pick. I'll say this about the pick. If you I kind of see what Falcons were trying to do. I'm not completely ripping it like everybody else. It's just that if you wanted a draft for the future anyways, why end up paying all that money for Kirk Cousins in the first place when they could have just traded they could have just gotten a Justin Fields for literally half that money and just have him play as the stopgap? Or like Cam Newton said, just have me come. For Kirk Cousins money, they could have bought Cam Newton and Justin Fields and Michael Vick. That's what Cam Newton said, and Michael Vick. They could have gotten all of those guys and literally for under the price of one Kirk Cousins that's coming off an Achilles injury. They could have literally got Justin Fields for a third of what they got Kirk Cousins for, or half of what they got Kirk Cousins for, and then draft Michael Penix Jr. for the future or somebody that could push. But if you're gonna pay all that money for Kirk Cousins, but Chad Ochocinco did bring up a good point on the Shannon Sharp show that basically Kirk Cousins and basically his agent, they just know how to time their deals, meaning they know when to negotiate. They know when they're going to get the most value out of the market for his talents. They just know when to do it. So it could have been a matter of timing why Kirk Cousins even got that money in the first place. Because maybe if they waited a little longer, Kirk Cousins wouldn't have gotten that money. But yeah, whoever Kirk Cousins' agent is he's freaking brilliant. He be getting these deals, particularly for Kirk Cousins, that I like. There's no way as an owner I'd give all the money that Kirk Cousins has stole over the years is crazy. No disrespect to the man, but the money that he has gotten, that he has got over the years, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I will say I do like I like the Marvin Harrison move. Jaden Daniels, I don't know how he's gonna turn out. I have no idea how he's gonna turn out. Caleb Williams will be successful only because literally the weapons that they're giving him off rip. If he busts, it's gonna be all his fault because the weapons that they're giving him off rip, and they made sure they shored up the offensive line. Like it's ridiculous. Like the weapons that he has for a first year rookie is just it's unfair. Let me say Olumuyiwa Fashanu. Olu Fashanu. I like that. I like that move by the Jets. Bo Nix, I'm not sure. Brock Bowers, because Brock Bowers to me is a guy that you could put him any team he goes to, he'll be successful. You know, his in terms of circumstance, wherever he goes, he will be fine. Well, we got Jordan Morgan, Xavier. Yeah, the Xavier Worthy to the Chiefs. Wow, talk about a steal. And I'm pretty sure the Chiefs barely had to trade anything to get him. Now, what I'm definitely going to focus on is basically the teams that drafted defensively in this draft. They are probably the teams that drafted defensively in the first round are probably going to be the teams that will go further in the playoffs this year, only because they literally the first 15 picks were all offense. Like the first 14 picks were all offense. All offense, the first 14 picks. So basically, you had like the best cornerbacks, the best defensive tackles, like literally the A1 talent that was still going, that were still without a team. So you already know in the bottom half of the first round is always the teams that are usually in contention. So the Colts are gonna be the Colts are gonna be nice. The Seahawks, depending on when it comes to the Seahawks, I don't know who's throwing who's throwing the ball. Let's see who's throwing the ball because they have a team, they have a squad. It's just a matter of who's throwing the ball. It's just a matter of who's throwing the ball. So yeah, I know they still got Geno in those guys, but they don't have the official thing. Okay. Yeah, they still got Geno and all these guys. You know, maybe they'll get better. I don't know. Maybe they'll get better. We'll see. We'll see. Anyways, let me let me play a video. Let me play a video on the list. Let's see what we got. To play for the normies. Okay, so right here, this is one of these dating shows, right? Which I would avoid like the plague. Let's see. It's gonna be an obese woman talking about she's struggling out here. So let's see what she had. Let's see what this sister has to say.
When you meet
First of all, fair use, and let me speed it up. Let me speed up the audio a little bit because these hoes be talking so slow. Anyway, here we go.
when you meet a woman who can bring a lot to the table, especially if you can bring more than you can. Why is it that your ego, your pride, your insecurities, or whatever can't handle it?
She said, I bring more to the table than him. What does that mean per se? Just because he's not bringing money to the table, that means you bringing more? It's a lot of other shit that can be brought to the table, like leadership.
There's absolutely more that can be brought to the table.
Level-headedness, balance, all that.
We're talking
that a real
about,
man can bring to the
we're
table.
not talking about that though. But we're not talking about that though.
Because she said what she said.
Yeah.
If that
Oh man, there's no way I could be on a show like this. There's no way. There's no way I can be on a show like this.
man is not bringing those intangibles, they go back to what bro just said. What the are you doing with him anyway?
When you bring these accomplishments to the table, to the dating field, a lot of men, some men, because these triggered, some men, because these triggered.
That's just shit y'all use on the internet.
Some men feel intimidated. It is true that a lot of the times we put how we feel onto other people. You feel emasculated, so now she's emasculating you. No, you feel emasculated. Now I'm not going to take away from some of the women, like I said, in that small again with the goddamn village, and that village of women who let it change you. But that's not the experience of most women. It's just not.
And that's what I'm saying. How do you know most women? That makes no sense. You don't know these women.
Not most, but some.
We gotta stop inviting y'all
But
out.
some.
Oh Lord, the monkey show. The monkey show continues. Oh man. But let's keep it a buck. Let me see. But I'm just saying, first of all, there's plenty of women that earn a lot and are still able to find a guy. There's plenty of women that still do it. So if you are a woman that accomplishes a lot and you're saying you can't find nobody because they're intimidated by your thing, it's not that. It's just men are not looking for money like that when it comes to finding a woman. They're just looking for the simple things. Are you nice? Are you responsible? Because there's a lot of women that say, "Oh, I'm making this and I'm making that," and they're still broke. You know what I mean? Still, piled up in debt. So it's a lot. Like it's when a man is looking for a woman, he's not looking for money. That's not what he's looking for. So it's not a matter of being intimidated. It's you probably don't have a good attitude. It's probably what it is. And then on top of that, I'm looking at her specifically. She I'm sorry, but sisters, you got to lose the weight. Sister, you got to lose the weight. You're really limiting your dating pool. If I'm talking about not just class wise, I'm talking about race wise. You know what I mean? You're really limiting your dating pool. You're really limiting your dating pool if you going around with this weight. You're only gonna be attracting ninjas coming from prison. Of course, they'll smash, but in terms of in the normal world, it's not gonna work for you. You gotta lose the weight. You gotta lose it. I'm sorry. Like I don't know what else we gotta say. You gotta lose the weight. You gotta lose the weight. So that's probably that's probably the main thing. Let's keep it a buck. Because there's plenty of women that make more money than their man, and they can still find a man. Meaning to take her seriously and everything. Like I'm talking about everything. So it's not. I'm talking about women with terrible attitudes too, like worse. But because they're fit, they can still keep somebody. You know what I mean? Because they have a body shape. Like all it takes really nowadays is just if you're a woman and you're in shape, you're already ahead of most. That's how low the bar is. Just be in shape. Hold on, let me send a text real quick. Because I'm gonna shut this down at 5:00 because I don't see a whole lot of people in the chat. I don't see a whole lot of people in the chat, so I'm not gonna talk that much then. Let's see. But let's look at some of these comments. I'll probably end up doing a video on this soon. He said, they're not intimidated by you, love. They're aware that you're only settling for them because men who have the same shit you bring to the table don't want you. So yeah, those are facts. So right here, what he said was deep. He said, they're not intimidated by you, love. They're aware that you're only settling for them because men who have the same shit you bring to the table don't want you. You still expect them to achieve all this, but your patience toward that is limited in your attitude and resentment usually reflected. On top of that, a lot of y'all tend to have a mentality of doing the bare minimum and not really having respect for him until he reaches that point, and that equates to being unsupportive and likely while he's never going to reach it or why he's going to leave you when he does. So when he talk about the conditional femininity, oh, you have to bring that out of me. You need to put me in a position where you bring it out, and you're just like, okay. So that's really what it is, because you're not really that nurturing of a person or a woman. You're really not that feminine, and you're only feminine for those who you feel deserve it, right? You're only nice to those who you think is quote unquote on your level. And men can sense this. First of all, they see it via Twitter. You know what I mean? So they know if you're with them, it's just in your mind you're settling. Because men know are like the playbook is out. You know, the playbook is out. So there's no hiding this stuff anymore. So now men are already aware when they're dealing with a woman with a degree, you're dealing or with a woman that's so-called high achieving, quote unquote, right? You're dealing with a woman that's just looking down on you in general. She just doesn't see you as a guy to respect anyways. So that's basically that's the playbook. That's what's out right now. Let's see. But I was he said, yet Pookie gets from these accomplished boss babes respect, peace, submission, cooking, the booty hole, threesomes. But yeah, men are dusty. These are facts, because that same woman will be with a Pookie that's not even close to accomplishing any of that, let alone financially wise and everything. But then she'll go to the average man and be like, "Oh no, you got to accomplish this and that." But really, she's not being honest. She's just not attracted to a normal guy. So so she'll go to Pookie. Right? You have this trend right now where you have women now finally admitting that, oh, guys from prison do it better. It's like it's a whole trend, and you're just like shaking your head. You're just like, as a man, you're shaking your head, but it makes sense though now, because I've been saying that honest, most of these women that are actually messing with these Pookies is not really the hood rat chicks. They've already messed with them when they were younger, meaning like when they were 14, 13 years old. They already messed with them already. I'm talking about the people that are messing with these Pookies and giving them money the most, paying their child support, is these so-called and the ones with the master's degrees, the ones with the townhouse and the and the C-class Mercedes Benz. Those are the ones that are helping the Pookies, helping them with their SoundCloud rapping career, helping them with their music career, helping them with their weed, right? Their money for weed and all that. Those are the ones dating these ninjas, right? Those are the ones. And I'm telling you, they'll give them. I'm talking about they be giving them full submission. They be cooking for them. You got to see it. You got to see it up in person. They be cooking too. I'm talking about and simultaneously talking crazy on Twitter. Meanwhile, be back home cooking for Pookie, submitting, peace, rubbing his feet, doing everything. Threesomes facts. This is why I always tell dudes, don't ever be Don't ever play yourself when you'll see like women on here talking about like you got like girls be trying to become trad cons and but still telling them you can only have one woman. Like already putting these rules. I'm like, nah, they only put rules on you because you are normal, dude. When it comes to the guys that she likes, she don't trip off him having other chicks. I'm telling you, you gotta see it. You gotta see it up close to believe it. And I'll say this: the obese girls, that's one of the main people who's like, man, why are you seeing all these chads with fat women, right? But I keep telling you, one of the they be cooking for him. They be doing I'm talking about they do everything for the guy. And one of the biggest things that they won't tell you, they let him cheat. They let him cheat. Because you see, if the Chad goes with a 10 out of 10 girl, or the 9 out of 10 girl, or Tyrone goes with the 9 out of 10 girl, 10 out of 10 girl, she'll still expect some semblance of, okay, you still gotta commit to me someday. You know what I mean? You still, because I'm a 10, you can't be cheating on me, right? Like, especially the girls that actually know what they are, they will expect some kind of faithfulness. But fat girls, they be undermining the game. They be fucking the game up. They will not trip if they're like, they'll have like a Greek god as their boyfriend. But one of the main reasons is she don't trip off of him cheating. She doesn't. They won't even inquire. They won't even go in at all. So that's why I always, because I'll see like particularly trad con dudes, they try to start, no, this goes both ways. Man, you can't cheat. I'm like, no, you can't cheat. Trust me, those same women that telling you can't cheat, she done had dudes in her past where she had no say. She had no say into where he could put his package. I'm talking about she had no say. None. She couldn't say nothing to him about that. It was always a matter of just don't embarrass me. It's a different conversation that she has with a person that she deems average, that doesn't have any options, and then to a guy that does have options. This is why I don't really like it when men will talk about other men cheating and whatnot. I'm like, I don't think you understand. But yeah, but unfortunately with BWs, they think that bringing more to the table is like bringing a degree, and the degree could be with like anything, you know. It takes more than a degree, you know, um, in terms of usefulness. Let's see. Oh, also, did you guys see this? Did you guys see this? So right here, because I think I have it saved on my Instagram as well. But somebody said, here, this is my son's phone. So so you have a guy here. Sorry, you have a woman, and she's showing screenshots of her 11-year-old son's phone of a girl his age dry begging for money via Cash App. So we look at the message here. It says she messages him, you got Cash App? He says, huh? Why are you asking me this? She goes, because I need money. So they already started early, already dry begging early. And he's like, dude, do you have the Cash App? He's like, I don't know you like that. He said, you asking a kid at your school for money is crazy. But like I said, this is the consequences of, because right now we have prostitutes raising kids now, raising daughters primarily. Daughters being primarily raised by clout chasers, opportunists, prostitutes, OnlyFans models, right? Strippers, a lot of strippers out here fertile for no reason. It doesn't make no sense, but this is where we are. You got hoes now raising these kids, particularly daughters, and now they're already on. By the time they're 11, at 11, she's on demon time, dry begging for money via Cash App. He said, "You asking a kid at your school for money is crazy," and he's like, "Do you?" So she's still adamant, like, "Do you have Cash App or not?" And he goes, "No, I'm 11. I don't even got no money. Why would you even ask me?" Oh man, that's crazy. That's crazy, isn't it? He said, "You asking a kid at your school for money is crazy." Oh, sorry. He said, "You think I would send you my hard-earned money just because you asked?" He said, "Ask your parents, not a kid at your school." But like, look, I done got messages like this. I'm talking about woman was 25, 26 years old. Same thing. They always begging. I'm like, don't they have any shame? They be 26, 30s begging like this. 30s, in their 30s begging, like dry begging for money. And you're like, damn, this ninja got no shame. You'll be like, you'll see women do this. And then you'll look at their Instagram the next day talking about they're doing it all by themselves. And you're just like, I just saw you dry bag. You know what I mean? This is why men don't really buy it when women say they're strong and independent. Is because we'll get messages like this. You're just like, who did she think what we look like to you? Just a walking ATM. Just dry begging. You know? It's interesting. It's interesting, but this is like just dry begging. Let me see if I can bring up via Instagram real quick because it was on Instagram. I saw something. I don't know if they still got the message up there, but it was hilarious. I was just like, I think she got like the full messages. I don't know if I saved it or not. But this is the era that we're living in because we got these particularly daughters are being raised by whores. That's the predicament that we're in. Oh, so I already showed the full thing. So yeah, this is the girl via Twitter talking about this is this is my son's phone, right? And it's crazy. So right here, somebody said, "Good on Lil Homie for sending her back to the streets." He said, "Yeah, that don't even sound like a kid." You know what? That is plausible. It is plausible. That could be the mom using her. That makes it even worse. That makes it even worse. Talking about, let me use one of my daughter's male friends to see if he got some money. That would be so desperate. That would be so low. Oh my god. That would make it even worse. That would make it even worse. But really, I think this is just learned behavior. Somebody said it. Everybody's like, this is just learned behavior. It's learned behavior, right? Because remember, I told you what this girl told me. She said, by the age of 13, I already knew I can only mess with older men. I'm like, how do you even come to a decision like that at 13? That's because when she was probably 8 or 9, she's already being a hoe already. 8 or 9 years old, or 9 or 10 years old, already being a hoe out here, which is crazy. Which is crazy. That shows that her childhood is crazy, but it's girls out there already on demon time. I keep trying to tell you guys. Like a woman's life sexually and a man's life sexually, there is two different things. Two completely different lives. Women and men live two completely different lives. By the time she hits, especially nowadays, I'll say by the time a woman hits the age of 20 or 21, she done already lived 3 or 4 or 5 several lifetimes than the average man or the average boy that went to her school. already lived 8 or 9, 10 different lifetimes by 21 years old. That's how so much they're in the streets. That's how much the 304 behavior is being. And then people wondering, man, Gen Z girls are aging differently. I wonder why. Got the and you had, and instead of the millennial women feeling bad for them or the Gen X women feeling bad for them, they're sitting there bragging about how they look better than their younger counterparts. And I was like, man, women are terrible. I'll see, because they got that advice from those specific women, and now they're seeing the results of this. And now instead of actually feeling bad, I'm thinking people gonna feel bad. No, they was laughing at them. So I hope women, I hope, because I saw the comment section of a girl, because she already messed up her face, because she already got all this Botox at like 21. Now she looks like a 40-year-old trying to still look young. That's what her face looked like now. I'm like, why you do all that work at your face at the age of 20, 21, 22 years old? And you had all the bitches in there like, yeah, these new girls, they be looking different. I still look better than. I'm like, what? That's what you doing? It's just like, wow, women will just sabotage each other to do some interesting stuff. It's interesting. He said, Lil Bro can't even enjoy his childhood, already being forced to be a provider at 11. And yeah, that's another thing. It'll be girls talking about what's your net worth, and you be like 23, 22 years old. I'm like, what do you mean net worth? Talk about the woman will be like 19 or 20, ask you for your net worth, and you're like 21 or 22 years old, and you're just like, what are you talking about net worth? But the reason why they on that time, because they're out there dating sugar daddies. Well, not dating really. They're getting smashed out by sugar daddies. They don't realize they're just lightweight prostitutes at that time. And they're projecting their experience to now they're just like, oh, the man has to have this. And you're just like, and also I always figured that sugar daddies are way, like, there's way too, like, I really suspected this, where there's way too many younger women really chasing older dudes now, because it'll be like, now is, I'm talking about, it'll be the average broad, even the ugly broads will be like, you'll say that, okay, I'm making $30,000 a year, and you'll be like in your 20s, and then she'll just be looking at like, oh, that's it. Like, the way they say it is like they've been with way better. And you're just like, how has she been with way better already? She's only 19. She's already looking down at my salary. I'm like, but you start putting two and two together, because they've been sleeping with dudes that make that in a day or make that in a month, right? And you're just, once women see a certain lifestyle, even if it's for one night, even if it's for 2 minutes, and the guy kicks her out, once she sees that lifestyle, she's going to go back to her spot, and she's going to be like, I can't do this. I cannot do this. They won't even care how he got that lifestyle, right? There's that video that went viral on Twitter where the girl was bragging about hooking up with a blood diamonds dealer. And I'm like, first of all, she's probably lying about that. And second of all, why would she even brag about something like that? But it just shows you it's just the lifestyle. Just a lifestyle. So this is what we're this is what we're dealing with, man. This is what we're dealing with. Okay. Anyway, let's check something else. Net worth, yeah. Look, I don't want to speak from a anecdote, but I've had a girl literally ask me, I was like, she asked me for my net worth. I was like 22 years old, bro. And she was like 20. She could not be more than 20 years old. Last time I checked. She asked me on the date for my net worth. Well, sorry, it wasn't a date. We were just talking. She asked me for my net worth. I was just like, my what? But this is where you start putting two and two together. You're like, yeah, it's a lot more young women out there that are on seeking arrangements, that are on these sugar apps, basically being being young pros. You know what I mean? Using what they know how to do. It's a lot more women doing that than we like to admit. It's a lot more young women that are like 15, 16 years old already dating old rich men for money. There is a lot more women doing that than we want to admit. It's a lot more. Cause I done seen some of these girls when they were like, say, 16 or 17, and some of the posts that they would make via Instagram, I was like, oh, you already in the game. I'm talking about they're like 16 or 17 via Instagram, or you'll see their stories, and it's literally about them dating older dudes, or them can't wait to date older dudes, or them talking about the money that men are giving them. And I'm like, oh, so they already in the game. Because they'll literally look at a man that's making 50,000 or 40,000 a year at age 21, and they'll just be like, damn, that's it. They're literally just like, man, I can't do that. I'm like, what do you mean you can't? First, I'm like, y'all in your 20s. People in their 20s don't be making money like that. You can only steal money like that. You can't. Most people in their 20s, even the ones with the high degrees, they're not making money like that. I'm like, who's giving you these figures where you'll have a channel like who's the girl with the big rack that I used to make fun of? Okay, Courtney Love, right? Is that her name? Courtney Love, I think that's her name on YouTube. And she'll like interview the girls, and they'll be like, what is your ideal salary that the man must make? And they'll all say something crazy like 400K, 200K, at least. They'll be like, at least 300K. You're just like, do they even know what 300K a year is? But a lot of those girls, they say that because it's not necessarily the figures. It's not necessarily how much you make, it's how much you spend on them. They just want somebody to just spend money on them while they get to keep their little money, so they can use that money to spend on it what they want frivolously. So Carlos X says, sad assumption, younger women are aware now that older men are more likely to have big money rather than younger men. They heard the grapevine, what the RP talks about. Exactly. And because basically their mothers, the women before them, or the women that they know, are basically grooming their younger counterparts. They're basically grooming them to be young prostitutes, meaning they're grooming them to just date older in general. They're just telling them, date older men. The men in your age bracket, they don't know what they're doing and stuff like that. It's a lot of it, because a lot of it is self-sabotage, though. It's a lot of it is sabotage. Older women, they won't admit this, but I think they get off on sabotaging younger women. And I already, Carlos, I already told you that story where it was a girl talking about how Gen Z women are aging way faster than their counterparts. And instead of Gen X and millennial women feeling bad for these women, they were in there bragging about their own looks, on how they look better than Gen Z women, or humble bragging about it. And you're just like, most of the dating vice, the reason, a lot of the reasons why Gen Z women are on demon time when it comes to dating is because the advice of their mothers, their aunts, and the women before them that told them to be at Sephora at 15, 14 years old. You got young teenage girls at Sephora at 15, 14, 18, 19-year-old women doing Botox. I'm like, who told you to do that? I know a man didn't tell you to get no Botox at 19. I know that for a fact. A older woman told you to do that stupid shit. An older woman told you to do that. No, not no man. Snow White is real. It's just, it's the sabotage is crazy. The sabotage is crazy, and it's really criminal. Because I'll say this, I did not like that comment section. It was all Gen X women and millennial women bragging about how they look better than the 20-year-olds coming up. And I'm like, they took the advice that they got from dating came from you guys. And now you're acting like, oh wow, I don't know why these women are at Sephora at age 15. And you're just like, these they're that was another wake up call for me. Like, wow, women are just wow, 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 wow. Anyway, let's move on to the next topic. Right? Let's move on to the next topic. It's wild out here. It's wild out here. It's really nonsense. Or let me look at some of these more of these comments. But it's crazy how is because now women they have their sons now, and they're looking at the daughters that their sons are with or dating, and they're just like, what kind of stuff? How you 11 years old asking somebody what the Cash App is? This is crazy. But this is what happened when you guys are all listening to people talking about, oh, look at the consequences of all these young men listening to Andrew Tate and who else, Kevin Samuels, and these guys. I'm like, well, look at the consequences of young women or women in general listening to Mrs. Sprinkle Sprinkle. You're gonna get stuff like that. First of all, Mrs. the Sprinkle Sprinkle lady, compared to Cynthia G, she's not that bad. But I really hope that women are not taking her seriously. Like, first of all, people are saying she's saying that she's her husband is an older guy with money. But every time I see her in a room, she got a fan in her room. And I'm just like, are you sure? I think she living, first of all, I think she living a lie. I think she full of cap. The Sprinkle Sprinkle lady, Shireen 07, right? I hope I'm saying her name correctly. I'm not trying to disrespect her, but she's full of cat. First of all, she's lying, and then on top of that, most of her the stuff that she talks about, it's mostly satirical. It's mostly satirical. So I really hope women aren't really taking what she's saying to the bank, but I think they are, because I done heard women say certain things, and I'm like, you got that from her. I heard that. I didn't hear you talking like this. Who you been listening to? I hope women aren't really taking it to the bank, but I suspect they are, because the way they be moving, I'll be like, yo, y'all are, or I've seen, like, there's literally tutorials on YouTube how to be a sugar baby, how to get money from old men. They literally have tutorials on YouTube for this. And then meanwhile, they want to shut down the MGTOWs for just saying, look, we're just going our own way. They'll demonetize your page for just putting MGTOW in your title. Just for putting MGTOW in your title. But they can literally have videos on how to finesse. They have tutorials how to be a sugar baby. It's crazy. So somebody else showed a screenshot from their son. So somebody else showed a screenshot from their son saying, look what happened to somebody else's son. So she goes, cash at me money for my nails. He says, no. He said, you don't have $70? Nah, not to give you, but that ain't a lot. Why you don't got it? You see, he said, why you begging? I said, no, not to give you. I don't know you. I don't know you like that. Right? Now, here, this attitude right here, this is why a lot of particularly black men, they stay away from straggles, especially when they get someplace in life. This attitude right here, they will beg you for the money, and then you'll be like, nah, I'm not giving you that money. And then they'll tell you, but that ain't a lot. This is the same mentality. They'll be like, what, that little $100 a month in child support? I'm like, okay, if it's so little, why you need it? Why are you begging me for $100 if it's so little? Why are you taking me to child support court for $200 a month, $300 a month if it's so little? That little $300 a month. I'm like, so why are you taking me to court? Why am I getting subpoenas because you think I'm hiding money? Because because clearly you need the money if you tripping over $300 a month. Now here they'll beg you for the money, and then you won't give it to them, and they'll be like, but that's not even a whole lot of money. I'm like, what are you, like 8 years old? Like, I remember when I was like, that's like something like when you're a kid You'll ask your parents for something because they didn't give it to you. You be like, oh, it's not even a lot of money. You ask them for a toy for like $10 or $20. You'd be like, that's not even a lot of money. But I'm like, well, you're begging your own parents for it. So clearly, but you don't realize that as a child. But these I'm talking about, I've had texts from like, this is an 11-year-old. So, oh, sorry, this is another young, probably middle schooler asking or high schooler asking a man for money. But I'm talking about they'll be 27, 26 years old, 32 years old, still making texts like this. I shit you not. I shit you not. Still making texts like this. And you're just like, wow. I wish I had my old phone, one of my old Androids. I would show you all the texts that I got via college. That my old Android that I had, the Samsung Galaxy, that got stolen from me, around in 2018. I wish I had that phone on me right now. I had some interesting text messages that would literally that would blow your mind. It would just blow your mind if you saw the text messages. Like it would completely blow your mind. The dry begging, just the straight dry begging, and then they'll disrespect you right after just because you don't give it to them. Oh, it ain't even a lot. Why are you tripping over 70,000? I'm like, why are you asking me for it if it ain't a lot? And you'll just be like, the audacity. And somebody said, nah, this is scandalous. Like, what environment are these babies into to be parroting this behavior? Well, we all know the answer to this, but if we say the answer, women are gonna act like it's not even happening. That's why it's pointless to even say the answer, because the answer is clearly the single moms and the aunties and the grandmas that are perpetuating this culture of single motherism, feminism, all that all goes into it. But when you mention these things, they act like you're crazy for mentioning it. He's like, where's this culture coming from? We know exactly where this culture is coming from. The problem is when we say it, it's like, but when we say it, then we're incels, right? Oh, then we're rainbow. We're rainbow men. If we say the obvious, it's pretty obvious. It's pretty obvious where they're getting this stuff from. And no, it's not just the internet. There's plenty of women that know how to act, that have been raised. There are plenty of girls growing up that I know that know how to act, and they've had an iPad their whole life. It's not just necessarily the internet or reality TV. It's the mom. It's the moms or whatever woman that the kid that the mom puts them in the situation to be around, whatever daycare she's going through, what school she's going to. It's the mom. It's the mom. People blame the internet for everything. They like people will say, yeah, and I'm not saying social media has nothing to do with it, but let's be honest, it's the mom. It's the single mothers out here. It's the OnlyFans models, the IG models that don't think that they're streetwalkers, but they're the exact same thing. And they're giving this advice to their daughters, and their daughters are on the same type of demon time. Now it's easier for women to be on demon time at a younger and younger age via social media because of the reach that they're able to have. It's a discussion that people don't want to have. Or they'll just act or like women will be shocked when they see these messages like this, but then will be mad at me when I say, like, yo, there's a lot of young hoes out here under the age of 16. There's plenty of young hoes out here on demon time. Trust me. Women know what they're doing, dog. They know what they're doing out here. Like, first of all, like this whole thing about this whole prefrontal cortex thing. No, women know what they're doing out here. It's not like they hit the age of 25 and all of a sudden a light switch hits. No. They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing out here. Women know exactly what they're doing out here. Literally by the age, by like I told you about that text message. She said by the age of 13, I knew what I wanted. So trust me. They know what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing out here. They already know if I say, like, if a guy says something to me that I don't like, I can just get my brother and my dad and my cousin or whatever to get this guy because I don't like what he's doing. I can get the males in my life to check this guy. She already knows the power that she holds if she goes missing or something happens and she sees all the police is coming for like 1, 12 or 13-year-old. So she already knows the power that she has already. So she's going to experiment. These are the conversations that people don't want to have because I guess people don't want to be seen as a creep, but it's too late for me on that end. It's too late for me on that end. This is the information people need to give out. People like you can literally ask a person. You'll be like, so you think there could be a 13-year-old thief out here, right? Right? There could be a 13-year-old murderer, right? Yep. There could be a 13-year-old scammer, right? Yes, yeah. Oh, the pocket thief, yeah. 13-year-old hoe. Oh, what are you talking about? She's been trafficked. She's been tricked. She's been played. Really? All right. And then in the same breath, all these studies show that women are smarter than men, even at a younger age, way smarter. Look at that. And then I got to turn around talking about how she's gotten played out of her pussy again and again and again and again. Nah. Two of those things cannot be true. Both cannot be true. Both cannot be true. He said, even if you showed multiple examples, they do that. I'll even, because I don't know if you, I love bringing up this video right here because I'm telling you, women know what they're doing out here. They know what they're doing. It's just men be feeling bad. A lot of men be feeling bad for women. That's another thing. I love showing this video. Let me show it real quick. I love showing this video because people be acting like these hoes don't know what even at a younger age. They'll know. They knowingly, if you can knowingly tell a person that, like, you'll see women do it. You'll see young women do this all the time. They know that they need to be 18 or 16 to be with a certain person. So they'll lie about their age. They'll say that they're older than they are. So that's already proof of consciousness to know that what you're doing, you know what you're doing. That's already proof. These bitches be having fake IDs at 13 and 14 talking about they a victim of something. If you have a fake ID, that means you already know what you doing is wrong. I don't know why people can't put 2 and 2 together when it comes to that. I don't understand. I'm like, they know what they're doing out here. They're not stupid. They know the dynamics of certain shit. They know. I gotta see if I can find that video, man, because it's hilarious to me. The video with those 2 black dudes. Is those 2 black dudes, and it was that game that they were trying to play. It was a game that they were trying to play. Hold on for a sec. I don't know if I can find it. That game that they was trying to play, that grown ass kissing a bottle game they was trying to play at that camp. This one right here.
Get to grab your ass.
No, wait, hey, stop the fuck.
And as soon as they find out this bitch age, she goes and lies. So now, if she gets away with it, if the guy wasn't there to be like, whoa, she 13, then when she get caught out by her Latino older brothers, she's gonna lie and tell her Latino older brothers, oh, this ninja did this to me. Oh yeah, Hispanic women will do that too, to avoid having their brothers or fathers or cousins find out that they are whole, or find out that they've been messing with black men. Hispanic women do that as well. That's not just white women that do that. Hispanic women do that as well. I've seen Asian women play that card as well. Look, never mind. Let me not take that. But let's look at this right here.
Land on heads, you gotta kiss me on the cheek. If land on tails, I get to grab your ass.
No, wait, hey, stop the fucking video. Stop the video, nigga. She's 13. She's 13.
No, I'm not. Land on heads, you gotta kiss me on the cheek. If land on tails, I get to grab your ass.
No. Look how excited she is. Look how she's like, "Ooh, I'm finna go in." You know what I mean? Like, you'll show them, like Carlos, like you said, you'll show them the examples of young women being 304s. They know exactly what they're doing. And people, when I say, but for some reason, when I say this, particularly, especially if you're talking to black people about this, they get super sensitive about this shit. But it's you'll say this, and for some reason, they think that you're giving predators an excuse, right? Or you're giving these people an excuse, and you're just like, no, I'm literally showing you an example of a woman, a young woman tricking a man that doesn't know. Men are not gonna be all OD going around talking about, can I see your ID, please? If a man does that, you're gonna call him a weirdo. Trust me, I've been through this. I've been the type of guy be like, oh yeah, can I see your ID? And bitches be mad at me. Like, it's actually fair game for a man to do that, but they whatever measures that a man wants to take to protect himself from situations like this, they're gonna call him a weirdo. Why would you? They'll be like, why would you even think that would happen to you? You're just like, I'm like, damn, I'm not even allowed to protect myself. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
Oh, wait, hey, stop the fucking video. Stop the video.
Like, she got a big old smile on her face up until they find out, oh, she 13.
She's 13. She's 13.
No, I'm not. Land on heads, you gotta kiss me.
I love this video so much because you'll be like, because they know women like, because first of all, other women, they know women like this. They know women like this. They know women like this, bro. They know them, and they will turn around and act like you're talking Chinese. You're talking Mandarin to them. Hey, Carlos X said that I'll vouch that Latinas do that crap. It's a lot. I'm talking about, there's a lot of ninjas dead, bro. A lot of ninjas dead over that BS where it'll be a white girl, Asian girl, Latina girl, right? We already know with the ninjadom community, like, black women that they've already sold us out a minute ago. But we'll stick to this right here. There's so many. I'm talking about gang wars done happen because really their brothers caught their sister being a 304, and she will not accept that L that comes with it. Right? You take the Sacred Heart University situation that happened a couple years back, right? I think it was a white girl though, right? But what happened to her? She was at a party, right? She got effed up and she was begging for it from two ninjas, right? And she was like, oh, she was like, and by the way, they had her consent. They recorded her consent. The two black football players, they recorded her consent via audio. And then other people had her on video acting a 304. She hooked up with she had a train ran on her in the bathroom. Now, word started going around that she had a train ran on her in the bathroom. But here's the thing. She already had a dude that was kind of courting her. So she had a beta Brad, right? On the ropes, meaning she was probably making him wait for it and everything. And she didn't want to lose her future beta Brad. She didn't want to lose him. So she put the case. She said, "Oh, they took advantage of me." And then these guys, they lost their whole football career, even though they had the video recording, the audio recording of her consenting to this. So women will do these things to protect their reputation because they know it's going to mess with them getting future partners in the future. This is what happens. This is what happens. So right here in this video right here, say if the man wasn't there in the background to say, "Yo, she 13." They kiss on camera. Now, say the video of this never comes out, but it ends up leaking on later on in life. Video leaks. Her husband finds out, or the dude that she's with finds out, and she's like, "Who are you two? What are you doing with these ninjas?" Then the waterworks are gonna come. "I didn't know. He was actually older than me. I was 13." And that's when they play that card. That's how it works. That's how it works. What do you think all these, bro, all these bitches via IG getting flown out? I'm telling you, in like 10 to 15 years, or all these girls on seeking arrangements, they're all gonna be suing. They're gonna be suing every dude that they knew that flew them out. Every sugar daddy that flew, they're gonna sue them out, talking about, they're gonna call it trafficking. Watch. I'm telling you, they're gonna call it trafficking for flying women out. I'll even take it a step further. There's gonna be a case. I already know in the future, it's gonna be a dude that orders a Uber for a bitch to come over, and they're going to call it trafficking. I'm telling this is how it goes. Because when they get caught out being a 304, doing their 304 things when they're ovulating, because that's what women do when they're ovulating. They make sure they're away from their dad, their brothers, or whatever, so they can be with the guys that they want to be with sexually. So once they get caught out being a 304, this is where people are gonna start getting sued. This is where this is where the grape allegations are gonna come through. This is how it works, man. Man, what's up, guys? Yeah, I started. I know I started early, and I really on Fridays I should not be doing that, but I already know. Well, this what's gonna happen to me. I'm most likely gonna be on tour. I don't think I don't know. I don't want to jinx it just yet because I'm still pretty confirmed for it. It's not on because it's not a necessarily a contract. The guy I'm replacing, it's not for my band. I'm filling in for somebody. And I did a video conference session with him 2 days ago, and I sucked. I sucked. So I hope he's not looking for my replacement. But I was like, because this is different type. This is like jazz music. And this is the first time I've been reading music in like 10 years. In terms of most of the gigs I get is I don't have to read the music. I can just hear it and then play it. This, I'm like reading the music and I'm just like, oh Lord. And then I'm confusing my own self, even though I looked at one of the solos that I had to do. It's actually pretty simple. It's just it's just me reading music is like just reading in general it's not my strong suit. So over the next 2 or 3 days, I'm like the next 2 weeks, I might not even make a whole lot of videos or do a whole lot of lives at night, particularly. It's just I don't have the time to do it. There's real money on the line. It's real money on the line that I gotta push certain stuff to the side so I can accomplish this. So I don't lose this opportunity, lose this gig. Anyway, he said, I like this soft guy era at its core. It's a reminder to men to have standards and to maintain them. Vet these broads. He said, yeah, women lose relationship value if guys find out and men can't take 304 serious, and they know that for a fact. I always say this. I always use the example from that Ku Klux Klan movie. Like a lot of these things could be fixed if men weren't such simps. A lot of things. I'm telling you, man. The older you get, you realize, oh, it's always a broad behind all of this stuff. God damn. It'll be like one broad around it'll be like one broad is the reason why you'll have two gangs going at it the whole summer because one broad couldn't accept her hell, or one broad got caught out being a 304. Take the Ku Klux Klan for example. When I saw that movie, and I was out, and it was literally and it takes place in like one city, right? And the FBI informant that went undercover, he was asking those guys, okay, why did you guys join the Klan, right? And it was like 2 or 3, 4 guys talking about, oh yeah, ma, these ninjas. Yeah, well, they said the hard ER. He said they graped my sister, or well, right. It was like 2 or 3 dudes that had similar stories talking about they messed with a girl that they knew or a cousin, and I was like, look, man, I maybe I'm a bit insensitive, but I know ninjas, man. Even the most degenerate of ninjas, the most degenerate of ninjas. You mean to tell me there are packs of ninjas in Nashville, Tennessee, whatever. Let's take for example. You're telling me there are just packs of ninjas out here graping Caucasian women at nauseum, just capturing them and graping them and then putting them back out there and bragging about it. You're talking about there's 16 ninjas that you can name. And talking about they got no jail time. Oh, of course they got no jail time. They probably looked into it and it was just like, nah. So this is where I'm like, I don't think you walked in. I don't think you walked in on a assault. I think you walked in on a session, on a paid session, because women will actually pay for these things too as well. Like, like there's a lot, particularly white nationalists. They be so behind. I'm like, you do know women will pay for these things too, right? They'd be like, no. I'm like, yeah, bro. So a lot of these things, I'm talking about the gang wars in the cities. You'll have you'll have the blue the Bloods and the Crips going at it. The the ninjas and the Latin Kings going at it, and then you'll sift through it, and you'll be like, what happened? It'll be like a woman, one of their sisters, got caught out because she was leaving some dude's house from the other side of town, where she probably wasn't even supposed to be at the other side of town. Like say this, like let's say if we'll take a black woman, for example, she was an actual victim of something, meaning she got shot or she got robbed, right? But you'll be like, okay, so what were you doing in Latin King's territory in the first place when you know there's a line? Like, you know there's a line right here and you're going into Latin. So nobody will ever ask the hardcore, wait, what were you doing in Latin King's territory anyways? But they will never do that. They'll just be, oh, we're going straight into, you're just like, Nobody would ask questions like that. This is where ninjas like me come in. Yeah, man. Somebody said, "Oh, they'll appreciate you adapting." I hope they do. Hope they do, because I'm not like a jazz player. You know, because when I got it, I was just like, "Oh, maybe I'm just doing this stuff is hard. I can't read music like that. So I'm low and damn. And this is really famous organist player that I was following, not Corey Henry, this other dude. He was telling people, it's like, dude, you gotta adopt. He said, he said, look, I'm age 35, 36, but I went back into learning how to read sheet music. I know I've never read sheet music in my life really like that, but I went in there because I know there's money in these cathedrals that I could do by reading the sheet music. And I was just like, I don't need it. If I had started going back into learning sheet music again, this could actually help me in the future where I can get certain gigs and finesse some money here and there. But it's like or go, because there's certain cruise lines that you play in, they give you the sheet music. You got to be able to read it. That's why I don't even do the cruise line shows and whatnot. He said, yeah, they have no reason to be over there. They be over there. It's not like they partied with a bish. Nah, they'll be over there because they have a Latin King's boyfriend that they don't want to tell their boyfriend about. I'm sorry, or their brother about. They got caught out. And really, if the dude, if the Latin King that she was messing with, right, actually cared about her, he'd be like, nah, don't come over here. Let's go over here. No, the dude was like, oh, she want to come through. All right, shit, fuck. Come over. Provides her no protection. She gets caught out being a 304 with the enemy's ops because she thought she just thought she could just do that. Not looking at the collateral damage. She ends up getting robbed by somebody that the Latin King probably didn't even set up. He was just oh shit. Well, I was only now you got these two gangs going at it. People don't even know how it started. And meanwhile, people mad at the Latin Kings, people mad at the ninjas, people mad at the cops. Meanwhile, everything could have been fine if the bitch just stayed home. Because that's the easiest way to vet out. I'll say in terms of if I was giving advice to women, I'll be like the easiest way to vet out a man in terms of just be like, how is he already willing to protect you? If it's just like, if y'all just hooking up and it's just like y'all just leaving each other stranded afterwards, clearly you really shouldn't even be hooking up with this guy in the first place because he really doesn't care about you. You know. Oh yeah, I know you're joking. I know you're joking. But yeah, too many women exploring to find themselves. They don't understand the repercussions behind that. Because it will never even occur to a black man to be like, well, my sister could like this guy, even though he doesn't care about her, which is a possibility. This is probably what she likes to do, even though I told her not to do this. Because if a woman got respect for her brother or the dad, she won't cross that line. And if she does, she's gonna make sure her tracks are covered where there's no collateral damage. But yeah, that I love seeing this video because you'll like Carlos X says, you'll show women videos like this, and they'll just be like, "That's just one example." And I'm like, you guys know women like this. Stop, stop it. You'll literally just be like, stop. They just be acting. They'll look you straight in the face and act like it doesn't exist. Okay, anyways, we got, let me see. I don't know if I want to talk about Amanda Seals again. I don't know. I don't know if I want to talk about Amanda Seals right now. Oh, shoot. Oh, man, we got another video, though. Here we have another video of another woman, another Gen Z woman / millennial woman bragging about how they don't want kids. Right? Now, people don't understand the consequences to that. But then on top of that, I'll say this, number 2. Don't take it if you are. Let me just play the video though.
Girl, fuck them kids and fuck you too. Girl, fuck them kids and fuck you too.
The government, the birth rate is declining and women need to have more kids. Millennial and Gen Z women with this reaction. But then this is what happens. This is where I do have to give Bottom G credit. Let me not disrespect him. Top G, right? When he was saying this is why the immigrants are coming through, because American women, they don't really want kids like that. But the people coming through, they're procreating. They're procreating. So this is one of the main reasons why they're allowing the immigrants to come through. And they're them acting like they're confused on how this is happening. People already like this has already been planned. But anyway, I will say this though, when it comes to women like this talking about they don't want kids. NBA players, if you are watching this girl, do not believe her. Do not do not believe her. So you have this broad here. Let's look at her page. So I'm already looking at her page off rip. I already know what kind of time she on. I already know what kind of time she on. So if you're NBA players, if you dating this broad, you better wear a condom. Because like women will say all of this, especially in their early 20s. Then they'll meet a guy with money. They'll meet they'll meet a fresh, right? They'll meet a Fresh Prince CEO, right? And here you have Fresh Prince CEO, right? He's probably thinking, man, I'm ugly anyways. They're not gonna keep my kid. I know. Do you know how many ninjas I know that had money like Fresh and they end up in that situation? Because in their mind, they're just like, they're not gonna keep my kid, even though I have money. But look at my they're looking at their height, they're looking at their situation. They're like, well, I know I have money, but I mean, look at me, and nobody's gonna keep my baby. Think again. Think again. I'm telling you, they will say all of this. And this is why the NBA players, they'll be shocked. I'm like, why you not taking the money for the abortion? I thought you don't want kids. This is why you'll see an Anthony Edwards. You'll be like, bruh, what are you doing? And then Anthony Edwards gotta apologize. He gotta apologize to a 304 that's keeping his baby, that's literally keeping his seed hostage. And in his mind, he's looking at all these girls marching for abortion. He's just saying, "Oh, okay, I fucked up. All right, here's the money. Get rid of it." This is where NBA players, they'll be shocked. They'll be like, "Why she want to keep my baby? I thought none of these bitches want kids." And remember, the other day, Juiced Up Johnny came up on here and he was just like, "Yo, the women, they just don't want kids." But I'm like, it's deeper. Like I was about to tell him, it's really deeper than that. It's really showing the dark side of female nature, because what we were taught, they're the more nurturing one. They're the more the kind ones, the fairer sex, right? That's what we were told. They're naturally feminine and all this. They naturally want to take care of it. I think this is something that men told women to become, but it's not something that women really necessarily have it naturally. Because now that women have the choice, they're like, man, fuck all that. I don't want no kid. Hold on for a second, man. Oh, Carlos X with the I can change it, but that's he's talking about. Carlos X is talking about when I brought up the gang stuff, the gang stuff. Yeah, women will literally be like, well, they will date a despicable person and just be like, I can change him, and the person literally has been is like a sex offender, and she'll be like, I can change him if she's attracted enough to the guy. But we're looking at a girl like this in the profile. Let's see her again real quick. Farah Nova. My socials. She got a TikTok. Let's see what she got to offer. Yeah, this is what happens. Like girls like this. Yeah, girls like this, they for sale. Girls like this is for sale. Girls like this is for sale, man. Girls like that are for sale, man. That's sad. That's sad though. But I tell dudes now, dude. If I'll say this, these are the criteria. If you're 6 feet tall, right, or you're of a significant size, if you have paper, I don't care how you look. I don't care if you're a midget. If you have paper, if you have status, right? Any of these things that put you above most average men in your vicinity, if you knock that bitch up, she's not going to get rid of it. Be careful. I've already showed. I'm at one of my favorite videos I did where in 2022 I showed the video of the woman. She made a TikTok where she said, "I purposely became this guy's baby mother," basically to prove a point. Even like she knew the guy was had a main girl. She knew the guy had a main girl. She knew this already, even before sleeping with the guy. And she was just like, "Look, I'm just gonna be his baby mom." And one of the thing, also another thing, what men need to be careful with too, in terms of dealing with women in this sense. Even if you have none of these things, even if you're like a bum, a complete bum, and you have none of these things, if she says she's pregnant and you're already on the offense, like basically like, yo, here's this money for this abortion. We can't have it. If you are so adamant about, yo, we got to get rid of this baby, she's not going to get rid of it. Just to prove a point. Just to prove a point. So men have to be careful with that too. Like, I'm talking about, like, if you already out the gate, like, oh shoot, when's the abortion? Which if you do that to her, she's gonna feel a type of way. If you reject her first in terms of being like, oh shoot, when we gotta abort it. If you do that, even if she's on board with you, she's going to feel a type of way that you were already like, no, I can't have a baby with you. So men have to be careful with that. So when that happens, you really have to play it cool to be like, yo, let's talk. Record her when you're talking with her and see if you guys can come up with a deal where, okay, do you think we're ready for this? Blah, blah, blah. Whatever. Maybe sneak in, have her stay over your place, have her drink a magic potion. Have her drink a magic potion and whatnot. All right, that's the Haitian in me coming out. But anyways, have her drink something after, or just be like, look, I'll pay for the whole thing. But if you're already coming off the gate being like, look, I don't want this baby, she's going to keep it just to prove a point. So you men have to be careful with that too. Because like it's like they'll like women keep their babies for various reasons. Like it's very really you can't really it's not something that you can rationalize why she'll decide to keep one and kill the other. Like it's and I've really had to look at women, especially in the past 3 to 4 years, in a different light, seeing how hard they march for abortion, seeing how much they advocate. You can't force us to have babies. We don't want no babies. I'm not having a baby with a peasant, and you're average, and you're just like, okay, because you'll watch it, you'll be like, and this is what I do. I'll be like, fine, you know what? I'll let you have that. I'll let you have that belief. But what happens is a guy like me will come around and be like, oh, why did you keep this one? And they'll be like, oh, why would you even say that? And I'm like, well, you did say you'd never wanted a kid, but things change. I've grown. Oh, yeah. How old are you? 28. Oh, yeah. Figures. Figures. Oh, now you want a kid now. Now that you're about to enter that epiphany stage and you see all your other friends being married or having kids, now you want to make sure you're not left out. So that's not even out of love. You're just doing it as a competition. It's sad. It's really sad. Think before you cuck, master, in that top pick. Oh man. Think before. Oh, the other what's the MGTOW creator's name that just got caught out? Lazarus, right? He's another example of this is a former MGTOW creator. A former MGTOW creator. And what's interesting, like I said, all men Like I said, I really believe that most men will drop all their RP stuff. They get one blowjob. What's the term? It's like every man is one blowjob away from going back on the plantation. They'll meet that one woman that do something for them that most women were not willing to do, and then they'll drop all their RP stuff, all of it. This is why when I, you know, so Lazarus he met with one girl, and this was gonna happen to Lazarus. He's gonna come back. He's gonna come back because he's gonna go through the marriage wheel. I encourage everybody to go on Coach Greg Adams' channel, and where he goes over the marriage wheel. I encourage everybody to watch that. I encourage everybody to watch that. The marriage wheel is so spot on. Shout out to Coach Greg, who also used to run with a MGTOW tag in his titles. He used to be called he used to call himself Coach MGTOW. Coach Greg, but he took the tag out. I wonder why. That's a whole nother story. That's a whole nother story. But like I said, shout out to Coach CGA on that end, because and he still does puts very, very valuable information when it comes to that. The marriage wheel, people got to see that. It's spot on. So he's gonna go through the marriage wheel, then he's gonna come back. He's gonna come back. He's gonna come back. Trust me. I think she might be the one, guys. I think she might be the one, guys. She's not like the others. She's not like the others. She's not like the other ones. Young Doka says the way these women push for abortion, it's really disturbing. You'll have the women who say on the day of the birth, she should be able to terminate the kid. Yeah. They technically already have that. So it's, yeah. They'll say all of this. That's why look, I feel bad for Fresh. I don't know. I think she's lying about being pregnant, or if she is not Fresh's kid, but this is why I be feeling bad. I be feeling bad for ugly ninjas that get baby trapped, because I already know Fresh is. I bet you Fresh probably done already told other 304s, look, just take this pill and just get rid of it. But now it's like, damn, why you want to? And mind you, how can a woman like that look her kid in the face in the future and talk about, oh, I love you, when you know you kept Fresh's kid purely off money? Purely. That's why I be feeling bad for some of those guys. Now, I do understand why they got roasted, because you can't be talking about you men need to stay away from this woman and then you're knocking up escorts. You know what I'm saying? So that's a whole nother thing. But I be feeling bad. I feel, because imagine if you're a guy like Fresh, right? Right? You're not the most attractive person. Everybody calling you ugly every other day. Right? You think now, because of that, he's like, well, people are not gonna keep my kid. I'm not that tall of a person, even though Fresh is not. Fresh isn't short. He's 5'10", 5'11". It's just he's always standing next to guys like Andrew Tate, Donovan Sharp, Myron Gaines. These guys are 6'4" minimum. These guys are 6'4". These guys are giants. So he's always next to he's always next to these basketball players, all these giants. So it makes Fresh look small, but he's 5'10". He's the average man's height. He's like, oh, okay, so I'm okay. I'm this or whatever. Maybe I can get away with skeeting inside one of these 304s, and nothing will happen to me. That's in his simple brain. In his simple brain, his simple male brain. They're not gonna keep my kid. If you got means, if you got a little bit of it, just even a little bit of internet fame, just a little bit, you better be careful. You better be careful. Even regular dudes. Woman will lie talking about she's on birth control. They like women do this all the time, and for some reason they don't get like men get prosecuted for get in trouble for stealthing women for taking the condom off, but women can literally lie about being on birth control, have the baby, talk about he says, and then put the man on child support, and it is not considered a crime. I for the life of me, you would think they'd have a law to protect men from that, but we all know how that works. Yeah, Human, Human, that's his name. And Hammerhand was sitting there running his victory laps on that ninja. He's like, "Where's my applause?" You know what I mean? So yeah, Human, the MGTOW guy who had been married for a few years but didn't let his audience know till a few years later. So yeah, it's now been exposed that he's been married the whole time. You know, that happens. Yeah, but he'll be back. He'll be back. Trust me, he'll be back. He said, "I heard they put babysitters on child support." How about I'll give you something even more egregious, right? So all those sperm donors, right? The people that donate their sperm. So the women that have the sperm donors, whatever, they be trying to put the sperm donors on child support. You guys know that? Some of the women they find out they really can't afford the kid. They end up reaching back to the sperm donor to see if they can put him on child support. You can't make this stuff up, bruh. It's crazy. It's crazy. Putting sperm donors on child support. Yep. This is happening. This is happening. Also, let me show you guys something while I have you guys here. Because I already kind of went over the NFL draft, right? Particularly BWs being mad at the black athletes having Caucasian girlfriends. This happens every time an NBA draft or NFL draft comes around. They focus on the ninjas that have Caucasian girlfriends, and then they get into a tizzy. But I already explained, like, particularly if you look at Black Twitter, it's a lot of BWs disparaging black men. The problem is their ire is not at all black men, it's to the black men that they are not attracted to and that have anything to say against them. But what they don't realize when they say black men in general, it's all black men seeing these tweets, right? And now black men are doubling down. They're just like, no, I'm not dealing with that. You know what I mean? So that's what the BWs don't understand with that situation. But let me show you this situation right here. She needs to still be on my search bar, right? Here we go. So here's the bitch right here that talking about she had no friends.
This is a video to Future Lena,
Oh, no,
2024.
I gotta find the video where she was just like, I have 0 friends. Oh man, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. Cause they'll So let's focus on her group that she started in New York that apparently is funded all by her, which I doubt, but we'll give her the benefit of the doubt. Let me open up 2 Instagram tabs. Let me see if I can find that video where she was just like, I had 0 friends. Meanwhile, she has a whole other post talking about this is my male best friend for 8 years. And I was like, bro, whoever's the so-called male best friend, I'm like, I hope you see this video where she's talking about I have 0 friends in 2021. I gotta find that video.
You are so beautiful and so smart.
I gotta find that video because it's hilarious.
I don't have friends.
Yeah, this is it. This is it. This is it. I'm gonna just let it play.
It sucks. It's been really affecting my mental health. I don't have friends. It just sucks. It's been really affecting my mental health. I I don't have friends. It just sucks. It's been really affecting my mental health. I don't have friends. It just sucks. It's been really affecting my mental health. I don't have friends. It just sucks.
So right here, I don't have friends, blah, 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 blah. Now, right here, I gotta find, I don't know why, it used to be pinned where she said she had this guy. But this guy right here specifically, she said they were friends for 8 years, right? Oh man. Hold on for a second. Let's look at this. I gotta find that video where she said we've been best friends for 8 years plus. I was laughing so hard. I gotta find. I don't know why I won't be able to find that video, but hold on. Is that it? Nope. That's not it. That's not it. Let's look at the saved. But basically, yeah, right here. But I'm gonna find that video because I did save it. I ended up saving it for future references. But yeah, this is the same girl. The same girl talking about, oh, we got this beta looking dude too. This dude, you could tell there's no more testosterone dripping from this guy. But my guy, he needs to move on before literally, because the problem with having male friends, female friends, is they really sabotage you in terms of you being able to get other women. They don't really try to set you up with other women. They don't really try to help you out in that department. And people say they non-intentionally sabotage you, but I think it's intentional. I think it's intentional. Oh man, why can I not? Oh, it's probably I can probably find that video via my notifications. Right here, this video. POV, you're hanging out with your guy BFF of 8+ years, and it's always good vibes because you just have deep combos, laugh, and support each other. Then here we are in this tab.
It's been really affecting my mental health. I don't have friends. It just sucks. It's been really.
I don't have friends. It's messing. I'm like, so what about your male friend? No, he's not a male friend no more. I feel bad for guys like that because they don't even realize, like, she doesn't even count you in the human department. Well, she ended up tagging that guy. That was the thing. So I did that video, one of the earlier videos I did. She ended up tagging him, but the only reason why she tagged him because there was only me and some other girls started calling her out. I was like, why don't you tag the guy, right? If he's just a friend, right? If it's a completely platonic male friend, right? Why don't you tag the guy? Somebody said babysitters, that's too far. Yeah, that's why I believe child support should be eliminated. Child support should be eliminated. But yeah, she ended up tagging the guy. not in this specific video, but now in those best friend videos, she now tags it. But what's interesting is even though those specific videos had the most views, she used to pin those videos to the top of her page. Now she only pins her group. Even though it doesn't have nearly as much as views as those male best friend videos that she liked to post. Like she pinned those specific videos up top because it had like 10 million views, 11 million views. It had the most views out of all of the videos she's done. But enough people were just like, why don't you tag the guy if that's a so-called friend? She ended up deleting my comments in another girl's comments. The exchange that we had, because one of the girls called her out on her bluff. She was like, "Oh, cool, tag him then." Cool. She said it was one of the top comments. She said, "Cool, tag him." And then she was like, "LOL, all yours." And then she finally tagged him. And then she finally tagged. She actually put the tag in the video, so we can find out who he is. So she got called out by enough people. She got called out by enough people to where just like you can't even. She like women like that. They on usury mode. They on usury mode. Oh, this is true. Hold on for a sec. This is true. Carlos X said, "I bet her and him had a falling out," which of course she won't post about. This is true. This stuff happens. Whether or not it could have been over. It could have been over nothing too, or it could have been, not necessarily, or it couldn't have been a falling out, or it could have also been he told her the feelings for the first time, and she was like, "I cannot deal with this right now. I cannot deal with this right now. You're doing too much." One of those things. So one could send him a. You know what? Let me be the bad guy. I'll do that. You know what? I'll do that. Let me do that. Let me do that. You're right. I should send him a message. You did this, Carlos X. You forced me to do this. You activated my evil side. Oh man. Even though I don't be going up in people's DMs and cursing and doing all stuff. I ask people simple questions. Man. I'd be like, "Hey, man, what should I do? What should I ask? What should I ask? Should I be like, "Man, just tell her how you feel, dog"? Oh, there's too many people. Oh, shoot. That was my personal DMs. It showed everybody that I know in there. Hopefully nobody screenshot that. That showed like my family. Well, you guys know Juiced Up Johnny, but it showed like my family members in there in my message. So let me hide that. Let me hide that. So let me send the message, because she did tag him, but she doesn't have those videos pinned anymore. That's the thing. I'm just like, "Oh, that's you slimy. You slimy for that." Let me see something real quick. Let me see if I can find her page one more time. Because on her, like, you see how like these videos are pinned and it's basically focused on her group, her women's group. She's always had this group. It's just you know what I mean? It is like the views, it doesn't even compare. Like the views for that group, it doesn't even compare to the views she got when she's talking about friendship. You know what I mean? Even her talking about friendship right here. Look, 2 million views, everything else, 1,000, 20K views here, 10K views here, 50K views here. But most of those views, 2 million views, is when she's talking about friendship. Okay, let me see if I can find, because you see how she hides like these videos used to be pinned, even though it has the most views. She used to pin this. Now she don't pin it no more because she finally tagged homie. So let's go on homie vintage. Okay, so we finna send a message to the young brother here, right? Let's see. We'll send him the message. We'll hide the tab though, because I don't want people going through my left side and see who I follow. He said, tell him the truth. He said, I'm going to spam their accounts and said it's your fault. Don't you dare, Pyro. Let me do this. Let me do this. I know Pyro's joking. But let me do this. I'm a send something. Let me do the Undead Chronic. You know how like Undead Chronic, he'll be typing, well, he'll be roasting people, and then you just hear him typing, you just be like, how long is your puniti after 3 ninjas ream? That'd be the funniest part of Chronic's live streams, when he start roasting and you just people via Twitter, and you just hear him typing like furiously. You just see him typing furiously. That should be hilarious. Anyway, here I am gonna start typing. Did you tell her how you feel yet? I'm rooting for you, bro. And I'm not being disingenuous. I want homie to be free. You're like I don't want this ninja to fail. You know what I mean? I want this man to be able to stand on his nuts. You know you know what I'm saying? Pause. So it's not me insulting him. I'll just say I'm rooting for you. I'm rooting for you. I'm rooting for you, man. And let me add an emoji here real quick. Let me add the fist bump emoji. Or no, let me give him the thumbs up. Why can I not find a thumbs up? That would work. Here we go. I'm rooting for you, man. Here we go. Did you tell her how you feel yet? Now, I hope that I hope he doesn't block me. But the message I sent was very simple. Was a very simple message. I would show you the messages on my left-hand side. Is showing literally all of my messages that I send people. I don't or the people that know me, I don't want them on this page. Well, I don't know. Maybe one day I'll probably get, one day I'll have probably Zuli on this channel just to hear her talk nonsense. One day I have Zuli on this channel because she be talking nonsense half the time. But I sent the message. We'll wait. I go straight to the point. I wasn't gonna be the guy. Oh yeah, I'm interested in the stuff that you sell at your outdoor flea market. Man, I ain't Ninja. You, I ain't about all that. I'm gonna ask the questions that the public needs to know. F all that. F all that. Shut out, Garrett, bro. Man. No, Garrett, isn't it funny though? Because I was talking about how Chronic, like he'll be sending messages. No, he'll be roasting people via Twitter, and he'll just be like, you can hear him furiously typing, while he's roasting, he'll just be like, how many fathers do you have? Minus the beta simp that you just hear the time. He'll just be going in, and I'll be like, and sometimes I'll hear this stuff. I'll be driving. And I'll catch some of the live streams, and I'll yo, that'd be funny. That's hilarious. Yo, that'll be crazy. Then I'll show you that message. If he does message me back, if he does message me back, I will show you. I will show you guys. I will show you guys. That will be funny. Now, I don't want to, you see, because technically, yeah, I could do that to draw him in terms of, oh yeah, what's up with your flea, the flea market deals you got? What stuff you got going? I don't want to do that though. That I've never been the type of dude, like if I want a question from you, I'm just gonna ask the question. It's just I can't. It's like me, I can't do that. I can't do that. And maybe that's yeah, I think where I got that from. Like, like I'd say low key I get that from my mom. Low key I get that from my mom, or I'll get that from really like, or what's it I remember this daycare worker I had when I was a kid, Mrs. Banks. She was very like straightforward to the point. Like or I'll say definitely like my third grade teacher, really old Italian lady, like very straightforward to the point. Most of the people that I looked up to were people that were very straightforward, honest with me. None of that reach around type buttering. If they want to know what they need to know, they're not going to waste any time. I don't want to do all that. You know what I mean? He said, "I hope he responds saying she's ran through and he doesn't even want her." Yo, oh man, that would be priceless. That would be priceless. But yeah, when Chronic be doing that, when he be on his roast mode, that should be funny, bro. Because you can hear him like typing while he's talking, and he's like roasting them at the same time. It's funny. Yeah, like those were for some weird reason, I got along with teachers like that were like very like old school, no nonsense type. That was the first teacher I ever got along with. My third grade teacher, like between my third grade teacher and then my daycare worker that I had when I was younger. Like those were like in between that, I had like I really got along with like zero teachers. And then in third was beautiful of what happened in third grade. What happened was there were two male substitute teachers that I had in third grade. It was a black dude and a white dude, a Mr. Rollins and a Mr. Roos. I don't know what ever happened to Mr. Rollins, but Mr. Roos, the white dude, he liked me. He liked me. Mr. Rollins was just a cool dude, but Mr. Roos, the white dude, he loved me, bro. That was my guy. He encouraged me to like do like certain sports. Like he encouraged me, like because of him, I was able to. There was a rim at my school. It wasn't obviously NBA standard height, but because of him, I was able to dunk early. I was able to dunk early at like 4'11". But it wasn't an NBA standard. It was like 8 feet. The rim, you had like obviously the four rims around the gymnasium that was like 8 feet tall, 7 feet tall, and then you have obviously the NBA rims that are like 10 feet tall. Obviously, I couldn't touch the rim of there, but I was like 5 feet tall, and I was able to dunk on the 9 foot ones because of him. He said, "Why don't you just trying to touch the rim?" He said, "I'm pretty sure you can do it." So you had like those were like the two coolest substitute teachers we had in the whole school, but they stuck mostly with the third graders during that time. So those were our main substitute teachers, and I had my teacher in my third grade class that I got along with. So yeah, that was probably my probably my favorite year when it came to like just school in general. But yeah, usually I get along with people, particularly especially when it comes to the older women on that end, the older women teachers. They were just very straightforward, very no nonsense. They kept it real on what they wanted to do. So I actually got along with those type of teachers more. Yeah, her. I had a male teacher my 5th grade year, even though I still got in trouble in class on that end, but it wasn't his fault. It was my fault. Let me see. I remember he's young Doka says, I remember back in high school when I first got my license, one female friend wanted me to drive her to her D appointment. One of my first RP moments. These female friends will use you. Yes, they will do stuff like this. I made it. I'll say this though, even though I wasn't RP aware, I remember in high school I had this thing. I said, I don't drive women. I was like, I don't even want the whatever comes with it. I don't want it. I'll say, dude, I told my friends, well, not they weren't really I can't say friends, but I told my high school teammates at the time, I was like, I will drive whoever can fit in the back seat. I'll drive you guys home. I'll do that, but I'm not driving no, you know, I'm not driving women home. Now, I think I made an exception for one dude where it was him and his sister, and meaning his house is literally 2 or 3 houses away from me. It's like it's my house was literally it's right there. So it's on the way. So I remember I think I made an exception for him one time. It was like I don't think I ever did, but if it was a person that I did drive a girl home in high school, it would but he was in the car with me. He was in the car with me. It was him and his twin sister. If I'm not mistaken. I don't think I did though. I don't think I ever drove her with him there. But if it was an exception, I think I did make it for him. But I had a strict policy. I was like, I'm not driving no broads home because I already know what comes with that. The rumors that come with that, all that. Man, I'm not doing that. Now, unfortunately, when I was at my job, I fucked up with that because my first job that I had, what I should have done, I should have been like, look, my shift is over. I'm not driving nobody home. I only grew balls when it came to that. Really, I only grew balls on that end on terms of really on that end was 2019, like the beginning of 2019. That's when I I will tell dudes or women, especially now, I'll be like, no, I'm not driving you home. And I'm like, I will do that. So that's one of the main things I told. There was a girl that I work with at Home Depot, and I told her because it was this straggle girl that was making her drive her home. I told her, don't drive this bitch home. She's gonna always expect you to drive her home after that. It was this she wasn't older, but she was tall. It was a tall broad that I was working with. And I knew what she was going through. I'm like, oh, I know you don't want to tell her no, but I told her, I was like, you gotta tell. I'm like, if she asks you to drive her home again, just say no. Just say no. Because she's always going to ask you. This was a girl I had to tell her this. I'm like, she's like, yeah, I'm not gonna do that. I'm like, no, I'm like, I'm dead serious. Just I was like, and the girl that I was talking about that I told her not to drive home. It's a girl that I know personally. I was like, do not drive her home. Because mind you, because look, you just told me, because the stories match. Because I heard it through the grapevine, and then I had to ask you, did you really have to wait outside her house for an hour while she's waiting for her boyfriend and what? I'm like, and she was just like, whoa, how do you? I'm like, oh, so this is true. I'm like, okay, let me tell you what. Next time, if she even or anybody else, I said, even including me, do not give your colleagues ride homes after work because it's never going to stop. It's never going to stop unless if it's like on their way, then maybe consider it. But no. But I'll definitely, like, especially now, I don't even drive women at all. I don't drive women at all. Like me, I don't drive women at all. Meaning, like, I remember, I'll say this. You know what I think was the final straw for me? Low key. I will say it was New Year. Yeah, it was New Year's Eve. This is story. We doing story time now. We doing story time. We doing story time. So it was New Year's Eve. I was at a New Year's Eve party with my colleagues at the time, right? And obviously I was just there. I didn't even really want to go, but I was just there like, well, it's a New Year's Eve party. People are happy. You know, the homie we knew just was recovering from leukemia, whatever. I'm just like, all right. Let's go. So I go. I don't really enjoy myself, really. But I was helping, like I helped one of the managers out, or sorry, the supervisor that I knew at the time. I was like, hey, bro, you need a beer or anything? I got you, whatever stuff. But one of the girls at that job would use me for rides. And because I liked her, I basically allowed that to happen to myself. Now, I didn't realize the negative repercussions that would come from it. And this was, mind you, this was in 2018. This was me even during me listening to the RP guys. I was still simping. I was still simping. So apparently I was like, I wasn't planning on bringing nobody home, but because she lived a city away from where I live, I would drop her off from time to time to her spot and then go home, which was a mistake, which is a huge mistake. So during that party, I hear, oh, Chris, can you drop me off? And I'm just like, God damn it. But in my mind, but because I liked her, I was just like, yeah, sure. But this is what happened. This is what I ended up finding out. This is what I ended up finding out. So then in the middle, so this is what happened. So then by the end of the night, I'm like, God, I'm dreading driving her and then home and then going to my spot, right? I'm dreading it. And then I hear, nah, you don't have to do that. My friend got me, whatever. And then I see her friend low key snickering, kiki keying. Later out, this is what I found out. This is what I found out. I found out that she was talking crazy about me. Not only the girl, but also her friend that was gonna drop her off to her house later. So the friend that was behind her snickering, she was talking about how I look like a creep, how I look like this. Why are you letting this ninja driving you home? Do you care about your safety? Apparently, she told the bitch that I liked her and all that stuff. I'm talking like really disparaging my name. So I found this out via another dude. And it all made sense because I was getting weird looks from that girl specifically. I was like, what's going on? And this bitch was talking crazy. I found out. And I was like, and from that point on, from that to March, I was just like, so anytime she asked me, I would come up with an excuse. right? But then sometimes I would still drive her only because one of the dudes would try to pick up a ride from me, one of the friends that I knew at the theater that lived like literally a minute away, and she would basically piggyback off of him and then go in my car. You know what I mean? So I was like, okay, I can't look like a dick, but I would come up with excuses to not do it. And that's why I ended up leaving my job, because I was just like, I can't deal with people literally just using me for rides. I can't do this. So ever since then, I was like, and mind you guys, I was 20 years old. 20 years old. So ever since then, I've always been like, anytime somebody asks me for a ride, I'm talking about man or woman. And it'll be funny, like you'll turn down a person one time for a ride and they will just stop talking to you. they will just stop talking to you. And shout out to Corey Holcomb, because I saw a video of him where Corey Holcomb, he's like and this is when he was like in his 40s, and he suffers from that too, where he can't tell people no when it comes to giving people rides home. And I thought it was just me going through it with that. Here, Corey Holcomb's in his 40s, and he was talking about how he goes through it, where he'll be at the comedy club, and he said there'll be dudes that be over 50 or 40 years old that still don't be having a ride home, asking people for rides home. And you're just like, wow. I'm talking about like, wow. Oh man. But yeah, I found out that, but really via not only him, but even like later on from other people, that I'm like, what was she saying about me the whole time? Talking about I don't feel safe with this ninja and he's a weirdo. Meanwhile, still dry begging me to get a ride home because she don't got nowhere else to go. So it's like me, like ever since then, I was just like, wow, that kind of dropped the rose-colored glasses that I had at the time. Even though it really should have been dropped in the middle of 2018, because I already told her how I felt about her earlier in 2018, earlier in that summer, which was a mistake. Which was a mistake. But she kept she kept using me on that end, when I could have said what I could have told her no. And shout out to shout out I will say this, shout out to Black women on this end. When Black women disapprove of certain things, it's funny because they can't really hide their emotions. So there was a specific Black girl that everybody didn't well, let me not put her out there. But she would see her snuggle up to me, whatever, try to act like she likes me and whatnot by hugging me and stuff, even though I'm not a hugging type of person. On some like I really don't like all that PDA stuff when it comes to me, when it comes to people touching me and stuff like that. Or because if I don't know you like that, I'll take it the wrong way. So she would, every time that me and this particular Black girl, we would talk, right? When she would come up to me, she would be like, she'd have, I wish I could put the camera on me right now. She would have that face, like not a jealous face, like almost a face of, have you ever like witnessed somebody that be talking crazy about you? Oh no, sorry. Have you ever seen somebody that talks crazy about the person, and then once the person comes around, acts like they're friends or whatnot? That's basically the look she was giving me. She was just like, almost like, this bitch is using you look. She had that look. I don't know. Let me bring up. Who can I bring up? Who can I bring up? Who can I bring up real quick? Man, hold on. I got the perfect looking disappointed, disgusted. Let me see. Let me see if I can bring up. She would, yo, I got the perfect meme. I got the perfect meme. Because the problem is women be talking to each other and women be talking cash-ish. If people don't know, but women be talking cash-ish. Hold on, open link in new tab. So right here. Oh, god damn it. I fucked up. Open image in new tab. So anytime that girl would come around me and try to talk to me or butter me up, she would have this look here. And I would know I would notice it. I would just be like I don't know if I can zoom in. Yeah, that too. Well, two things can be true. She could think I'm a creep and be desperate. Two things can be true. Let me see. Like, so anytime I would talk to this specific woman, and then the girl that would use me would come around, she would have this look on her face. It's not a jealous look. It's almost like, weren't you saying this guy's a creep and all this? But you yo, hold on for I wish I could zoom in on her face. I can't zoom in on her face. This right here, man. She'd have that face. It's the perfect. It's just like, oh, okay, like this. How about this here? How about this here? This face right here, man. This face. So anytime she would come, every time that girl would come around, she would like I said, like there there's a reason why there's not a whole lot of BWs that are poker players. They would need to have sunglasses if they were playing. They just can't hide they just can't hide it well. They just can't hide it well. So anytime that girl would come around me talking, she would make that face. And it's almost the face of like, so low key she had my back on that end. This girl that was working there for a little bit, but I just saw her like 2 years ago. I don't think she works there anymore. And then I remember there was another girl over there who was I'm talking about, she was a straggle. Like, this was a straggle. It was a cute little light skinned girl, but she was a straggle. Like, I remember before she even started working at the spot, she was a strap. People were just like, yo, I know she's coming through. She's a straggle. She's a straggle, whatever. But when she was over there, she was just a pretty straightforward person, which I like. At the end of the day, I can respect a straightforward person. You know what I mean? A straightforward person. And she put me onto game on certain stuff. I was like, oh, thank you. Right. And I'm just saying, when it came to the time, she could have piggybacked off this one girl. I remember there was this a couple times I gave this girl a girl a ride. Her last 3 couple weeks, this other girl that I gave a ride, but she was pregnant. She was pregnant. Like, she couldn't walk home. So I offered her a ride because she was pregnant. So she was friends. There's this other girl. She was friends with her, and she could have had the opportunity to piggyback off of her to hook up a ride on me, and she didn't do it. She did not use me. She had an opportunity to piggyback because that was her friend. That was her friend. She was like, nah, I ain't. She's like, I don't want to do stuff like that. I don't want to do that. So when it came time with her, the so-called person that everybody said that she was going to be a bad person, when it came time to have the opportunity to use me, she was like, let me not do that. And I offered her nothing, bro. So these are the things that I pay attention to. These are the things I pay attention to. Yeah, so like but this one girl, bro, I would talk to her, But anytime that girl, the girl that was using me for rides, every time she came to talk to me, she would have that face. Like, it wasn't of jealousy. It was just like, weren't you just talking crazy about this guy in the back? You know what I mean? He's like, weren't you just talking crazy about this guy? So you know what I think? I think there were women that were feeling bad for me by the end of my tenure at that job. I think that's what it was. It ended up being because women would like not even. But when it came time, she was like, "Nah, I'm not finna use him like that." The other girl that people told me I had to, that people would say, "Oh, this girl is crazy" and whatnot. But she was a straggle, though. She was a straggle. She was a straggle. She was a straggle. But she was the coolest one out of all of them. Probably, yeah, she was probably her, and then this other girl that we worked with that ended up moving. She ended up moving. She was probably the coolest ones out of all of them, but oh, man. Exactly. It's basically, he's like, damn, you, because that's what people don't understand. Like when you do that in front of people where you talk crazy about somebody, and then like the next day you all up in their face smiling, people are literally I don't know why people do that in front of people. You'll just be like, you'll see they'll do this in front of you, and you just be like, you know, we could see you, right? You just talked crazy about this person. Now you're kissing this guy's ass or you're kissing this girl's ass. I'm like, you know, we can see you, right? That would be like me. Like, that would be like me talking crazy about let me see. Let me use somebody for example. Do you know Ainsley that be in the chat? Right? I don't know if you guys remember Ainsley that be in the chat. That's my friend. Like that's somebody I consider a friend, even though we don't hang out physically all the time. You know, the last time I've seen him physically, it's been a while. I'm ashamed to admit, but that's somebody I consider a friend, right? That would be like me saying, since Ainsley's not here in the chat, that would be like me talking crazy about Ainsley, talking about he's this, he's that, and then me going, and then he comes back in the chat and be like, "Oh my god, this guy's the awesome," but then I'm talking crazy. This is the stuff I would like see from people. You're just like, aren't you saying this guy's or your girl aren't you saying that's your friend? That's that. Oh Lord. Anyway, yeah, that whole friendship stuff. And mind you, this I was caught simping even during my RP days. So this like, and it's so weird because like in high school, I did zero simping. In high school, I did zero simping. In college, I did zero simping, but the most simping I ever did was during that period. And during that time, I was listening to Coach McTow, Greg Adams. I was listening to Hammerhand. I was listening to a bunch of people. So I'm like, damn. O'Shea Duke Jackson, these guys, right? A lot of those guys. So, and I was still like, and I probably I'm talking about in terms of in the scale of simping, that was probably the highest I ever simped. Probably the highest. So it's weird. It's weird how, first of all, the male testosterone is freaking ridiculous. That's what I will. That's what I'd be telling people. Like, I saw like a woman the other day on Twitter. She was talking about, I'd be mad. It was like, why can't man cuddle without getting hard? And you're just like, bruh, that's just how men work. I'm like, you mad at like men how a man is like natural, because now mind you, you really should actually be concerned if the dude that you're with is cuddling with you and he doesn't get a hard on. You actually should be worried about that. But like I said, that's even a double-edged sword there, because if he cuddles with her and he don't get a hard on her, he don't try nothing, he don't whisper nothing in her ear, then all of a sudden he's gay. So that's like a lose-lose situation. So I think that girl, she only made that tweet just probably to humble brag about how guys be liking her too much. So that was probably one of those humble brag type tweets. But men, it's almost like women be mad how men are just naturally men. That's just a man being a man. What straight man you know gonna be cuddled up with a bitch? And I'm talking about he ain't smashed her yet. And he's not gonna have a hard on. I mean, of course he's gonna have a hard on, bro. I don't think I can find that tweet, but it was ridiculous. I saw that tweet. I was like, okay, you're just mad at just how that's just how the man, that's how men work. I don't know, maybe could I find that tweet? I don't know. Oh man. Anyway, oh yeah, also when it comes to Jeezy, man, I feel bad for Jeezy. I know people might disagree with me, but Jeezy, he might as well wash his hands. Jeezy might as well wash his hands. he's not like Jeannie Mai's doing everything that she can in her power to make sure, like anything in their power, I'm talking about anything in their power to make sure he doesn't see his kid. Yeah, I don't know if I because I'd be liking way too many tweets and shit. But I remember that tweet was ridiculous. Why do men always get a hard on when we cuddle? I'm just like, bro, we're men, bro. So I think that was low key. That was just a humble brag. It was just a humble brag, most likely. Most likely a humble brag. Oh man. Also, did you guys see this this female comedian that went viral? I might end up adding this as a soundbite. I found it funny though. Did you guys see this?
Stop being a woman in general, right, ladies? Just kidding. It's easy. Shut up, bitches. We have everything. We have everything we've ever wanted, and we're still not happy. I think we're the problem. Stop being a woman in general, right, ladies? Just kidding. It's easy. Shut up, bitches. We have everything. We have everything we've ever wanted, and we're still not happy. I think we're the problem. Stop being a woman in general, right, ladies? Just kidding.
Shout out to her though with the setup. Cause you know, like how like most female comics do, yeah, it's tough being a woman, right? And then they'll start yapping about literally yapping about nothing. I showed you the video the other day with the female comedian basically mad that men want to be fathers. It's the most ridiculous thing ever. But shout out to her for telling the truth. This is easily the most privileged set of women that we've seen, like what that we've had in the history of time. Easily, women have everything today. They don't even realize the stuff that they have. Women even like 50 years ago didn't even have the stuff that they have. So the stuff that they complain about, you're literally like, because it's not like they're asking for more stuff. They're just moving the goalpost. That's what it is. It's not even just the asking for more, because women are always going to ask for more, but it's the moving of the goalpost. The moving of the goalpost where they'll make certain things, but they don't want to sacrifice this. They don't want to make the trade-offs. They don't understand there's not really solutions in real life. It's just trade-offs. Like they want it's a never ending cycle movement, and they literally have everything. Literally everything. And like all you have to do, it's so simple. All you have to do, like, even a female athlete, you could be a female athlete that plays like D3 in like Boise, in like Idaho somewhere. All you have to do is be a female athlete and put a picture of you in your clothes, and if you look decent, just decent, you literally have it's 10,000 followers automatically off rip. Just like 2 or 3 pictures. That's all you need. And you're already going to have 10,000 followers. Because like female athletes are like the thing right now, where it's the thing on Instagram or via social media where men love to follow particular athletes that are wearing certain type of clothing because it accentuates their figure in their uniform, because female uniforms are made in a way where it's just like more pleasing to the male eye, right? They don't be wearing the baggy shit like we do sometimes, right? So all you got to do is post a photo of you wearing those in like 3 or 4 pics, and it's like 10,000 followers automatically, just like that. Automatically. I saw like a whole lineup of like of a Colombian team, it's a professional soccer team in Colombia. And they tagged all the players, the female players in there. This is a professional soccer team, a professional women's soccer team in Colombia. Every single girl that was tagged in there had 10,000 followers. Every single one. Even the ones that weren't that attractive. Every single one at like 10K plus. Right? And the only one that didn't have 10K plus was the one that literally looked like a man. This is one stud on the female team on that professional club team that literally she looked like a man, but that was a stud. Like she like a real stud. She was the only one that had like 4,000 followers, 3K followers. Everybody else, 10K minimum, 10K minimum. Every single girl on that they tagged, 10K minimum. It's that easy. It don't matter what country they're from. The bar is very low, and then they could end up parlaying it. They can use it to get brand deals. They can use that. They can interact with the men that they want to be with. It's they don't even realize how easy women don't even realize how easy they have it, especially when you're talking about American women. Especially American women, wow. And even then, back in the day, especially back in the day, if you were a Caucasian woman and you played your cards right, if you played your cards right, you could literally go your whole life without having to work. If you played your cards right, you could end up like not working your whole life and be successful as a woman. Like, not in terms of not meaning you don't even have to cook or clean. If you met a guy back in the day and he was like really successful, he'll have a nanny do everything. I know couples in certain cities, the woman, all she got to do is go to the gym, come back. The nanny literally takes care of everything, and she could just literally just sit there. I know couples like that where even the woman doesn't even have to cook or clean or do laundry. Right? They'll have a nanny that'll literally do everything. Everything. So women play her cards right, she could literally have a chance. I'm talking about every woman has a chance to be in a situation where they don't even have to work. But they the stuff that they complain about, the chaos that they cause over the most minuscule things, it's mind-boggling sometimes. particularly when I'm talking about Caucasian women, because I done been to these people's houses. They have nothing to complain about. they have nothing to complain about. Let me see. Educated Tyrone say, "Wait, Chris, are you a black pillar?" Oh no, man. Nah. Nah, I'm not. Because I have one situation to dispel the black pillars. I'm not saying they're wrong, but they're incomplete in their analysis. Because I will always tell them, explain Jada Pinkett, Tupac, and Will Smith. Explain that. Just explain. That's what I would tell somebody that's like vehemently in the black pill. I would say, I understand where you're coming from, but I would say this: explain Jada Pinkett, Tupac, and Will Smith. Explain how Jada Pinkett is still tied in terms of she wants nothing to do really with Will, but she still fuck with Tupac. Even though genetically Will Smith literally runs laps around Tupac. Will Smith 6'4", right? 6'2" or 6'4", right? Handsome, best actor ever. Nice guy. Allowed her to be in an open marriage and everything, leaving later. I mean, Will Smith was it's everything that most women are looking for. Will Smith is everything that all women are looking for. Meanwhile, Tupac, bald, short. People forget Tupac was 5'7", right? Oh yeah, like and the reason why Tupac's bald because his hairline is atrocious. I don't think most people would say that Tupac looked better than Will Smith. I'm pretty sure if we did a poll with women, people would choose Will Smith over Tupac, right? Literally everything, every like, because the problem with black pill, they just go just straight off looks only a lot of the times. But I'm not saying it's not true, but it's incomplete. It's incomplete. Because I didn't seen, dude, okay. Educated Tyrone said, I don't know how people can watch your channel and not be doomers. But no, I'll just be speaking facts on that end. You know, it's just because sometimes facts can sound very down. But literally, Jada Pinkett had the perfect man, and she's still fiending for Tupac. And if you just go off of the physical traits, you're just like, how? And Will Smith, you can say, is a better protector physically, than Tupac. But she's still fiending after a dead man. So that's the thing about when it comes to the black pill. They're incomplete when it comes to that. Plus, I just know way too many. I done seen like, because like I'm telling, it's not just physical. It's people think it's just being tall. No, it's you need to be tall, but you need to have issues as well. Right? So like let's take let's take a superhero example. Jean, let's take the X-Men for example. Wolverine is a short dude. This is what people don't understand. Like in the comics, he's 5'2", 5'3". Jean ended up with what's his name? Scott Summers, right? Cyclops. Big dude, tall dude, Boy Scout, everything you're looking for from a guy. But Jean still has feelings for Wolverine. Why? Not because of his looks. It's not because of Wolverine's looks, right? is because Wolverine's an outlaw. He operates on his own time. He leaves the mansion at will. You know what I mean? He be going on trips, right? By himself. He's the reckless guy. He's the one with the reckless abandon. Wolverine's the alpha. But if you're just going off of black pill logic, Wolverine should even have a shot with Jean Grey, the prettiest bitch on the show. Because a lot of the stuff is primal that women do. It's just people won't acknowledge it. So it's not just the attraction obviously puts you at the door. But you see, the people that I've seen women literally submit to the most are the Ike Turner types, the degenerate types, the drug dealer types, dudes. The NBA young boy types. These be the people for some weird reason they be in full submission to. I don't know what it is. I'm not gonna say most of them, but a lot of them, they'll be in full submission. We're talking about full submission to these guys, and you'll just be like, "What? I don't see it." It's like the logic by the black pill. It's incomplete. It's incomplete because there's a lot there's a lot that goes into that. There's a lot that goes into that, and I always say, just look at the black community, and look at the dudes that have look at the dudes in the black community that have the most baby mothers. When you look at the dudes that impregnated like 84 women, the three dudes in Memphis that are fathering 84 kids, just look at their mugshot. They're not models. They're not models in the face. Those are some monkey looking ninjas. I'm not even gonna lie. Right? They weren't on some model type shit, but they got 84 kids. Why? Because that's the problem with the black pill is incomplete. It's incomplete. They're not wrong, but they're just incomplete. So they just leave it off of just the looks and just the height, or like the jawline and all that stuff. And I understand that that's part of it. Trust me, I understand in terms of, because I know especially nowadays women are just going straight off of they're doing their own type of eugenics. I get that, trust me, but it's more like I always tell people. Remember, I showed you that story of the woman was. Remember, I showed Educated Tyrone. Remember when I showed you that story of the woman? She was mad that the guy planned the date at a homeless shelter, whatever, together. And I was telling you, the only time a woman would actually appreciate something like that, if the guy was like a thug or something, or this guy was like getting kicked out of his classes and whatnot. And people like, man, what's wrong with this guy? Or this guy was really a real troublemaker, right? And now, say if that guy, if she meaning if she finds out by accident this guy works volunteers at a homeless shelter, then she's gonna be turned on by that. Because of just the dichotomy of that. If a guy's like a complicated, exactly, a complicated, misunderstood kind of guy, you know what I mean? Then she's gonna be like, wow, that was an interesting date. Those Logan types, those Wolverine type ninjas. If they find that out, remember when like in one of the older X-Men series that I used to watch? Oh man. Remember the episode where Nightcrawler came through and Rogue found Like Logan was talking about, man, there ain't no God and blah blah blah. God wouldn't allow this to happen to me, and people wouldn't even expect Wolverine to be the religious type, right? And at the end of the episode, you see Wolverine in church, like reciting scriptures, and Rogue was just like so shocked that she just left the church crying, right? And that's that kind of dichotomy of, damn, I wouldn't expect to see Logan at a church reciting scripture. That's when it's like, oh wow, that's when it's a turn on. But if it's like a guy, even if it is a Chad, if the Chad is well clean, if he's clean cut, if he's a good dude and he just, you know, like his family, whatever, and then he does homeless shelter, then you're gonna end up with a situation where Kaka was in, where the woman's like, oh, he's just too perfect. Then it's not a turn on. It's not a turn on. Then you know, why would you bring me here on the first day? If he's a troublemaker and he's like dangerous, right? Dangerous, but then he's at you find out, oh, he works at or how about this? They find out he has he's what, say she finds out that he's taking care of his little cousin that was abandoned by his sister or whatever. He's taking care of his little niece. Say he has a niece at home that he's taking care of that nobody knows about, that his sister or brother abandoned. And it's like she finds out by accident. Oh, she not only will she love that dude, she will be like, shoot, I'll be the stepmom. That's when she's turned on. Not like when the guy's already a good person and then he does that on top of that. No. That guy needs to be an outlaw. These are the things that the black pill cannot explain. That's when oh my god, this guy is amazing. And then because then you have that dichotomy of these people at his job or his school talking about how bad of a person he is, how crazy he is, but then here you are, you know his secret, right? He's taking care of his niece at home and blah blah blah, and you don't know what you're talking. This is where you'll hear girls will be like, you don't know him like I do. This is where that comes in. This is where that comes in. When people can't figure this dude out, but then you know something about him that nobody else. It's you know, these are the things that the black pill can't explain. He said, educated Tyrone said, I went through a similar thing when girls from my college found out I've been in jail before, even though I was an advanced student. Yep. So there was a kid, a dude similar I went to high school with. Bitches really loved this guy because not only was he like a drunk, but he was like super smart. Like he took the SATs hungover and finished at like the top percentile. And on top of that, he's been in jail. He'd been in jail before. He got in trouble. Like, and because he has that kind of that duality with him, that misunderstood genius type thing going for him, bitches really wanted to be the woman where she wants to be the person to quote unquote tame the beast, right? So yep. Right there. I wish I could star this and put this on like a chat forever. But right here, educated Tyrone said it best. He said, women want bad boys to do good things, not good boys to do good things. It's different. Look at the X-Men. It's different. Like when Scott Summers does the right thing, right? And he does the good thing. People expect that from him, but it's different when Wolverine does the right thing. It's different. It's different. It's just different. That's what it is. But this, yeah, you don't know him like this. You don't know him like I do. Like when women say stuff like that, it could be a lot of reasons too. Or it'll be like a dude with like extreme D game that she never expected from the dude. Like extreme D game. And then her girlfriends will be, why are you with that guy? And I'm like, and I'm talking about the dude will skip prom on her, not ask her to prom, never take her out. And he'd be like, but you know how you don't get it, you don't understand. So that can also happen as well. But if you're dealing with I'm talking about particularly when it comes to a bad boy, a quote unquote bad boy. That's why I tell dudes. This is another thing. You see how like certain athletes get hated on, right? This happened to Terrell Owens, right? The reason why he's able to have as many kids as he has is because the more you make the person the bad guy, the more interesting you make him. The more interesting, the more attractive you actually make him. You really should just let things play out and just set, these are my guidelines when it comes to, right? But if you're like a dad and you're telling the daughter, do not hang out with these people, or don't hang out with, once they get a taste of the other side and they enjoy it, they're gonna love it. Especially, and it makes it even worse when you're talking crazy about him. Ariana Grande put women on game. She said, if you want to make a guy less attractive to every girl, she said, talk about how good of a person he is, and always say how good of a person he is. Now, most women will not take that advice because at the end of the day, they always need to be a victim. So she said, always talk about how good your ex is if you want to ruin his dating prospects. That's what she said. If you want to ruin your ex-boyfriend's dating prospects, talk about how good of a person he is and how he's perfect and he did everything right. But the problem is, if you do that as a woman, then people are going to be like, whoa, so why did you break up with him? Then the accountability goes back on the woman. So most women cannot handle that heat. Most women cannot handle that heat. They have to talk crazy about their ex. They have to. So most women will not take that advice. But she low-key basically gave women the game changer right there. He said women love anti-heroes. It's just that simple. The thing is, they want him to be a full-on villain, or at least seem that way, and turn him into a hero. It's sad. It really is sad. It really is sad. That's sad, man. Like, I don't even think. I think if you ask the average broad, you know what, or I'll say this. It's almost like this is almost like when they ask guys, would you rather be Batman or Superman? Now you'll still have a lot of people choose Batman, even though Superman is clearly the better, like in terms of physically, he's clearly the more physically capable. But the reason why they would want to be Batman is because of him being Bruce Wayne and how he has that mysterious vibe to him, and because he be getting mad bitches, and Bruce Wayne be getting hoes. And the reason why he gets hoes is because of that duality that he has. Duality. And men would want to be in that position where they have that duality. They don't want to be a Boy Scout. The reason why they don't want to be a Boy Scout, because they know the Boy Scouts, they don't be, they girls be cheating on the girls be cheating on the Boy Scout type dudes. Educated Tyrone said, one time I ghosted a chick in NYC because we had went to different meetup spots and I was pissed off, but she let me come over later the same day and sleep over. Yeah, for some reason, like it'll be like because I make it a mission though to make sure women don't piss me off because they do that on purpose just to see if they can get a rise out of you. That's why usually I don't argue with black women at all because for some reason that it turns them on. So I don't even go back and forth with black women at all because I don't want people to get that part out of me to where that ugly part out of me. I don't want people to put me in that position. But I'll say this, the most submissive fornication that I ever got from a woman was after she got me mad on purpose because she had I like on the way to her spot. I felt like she was playing a little bit too much games and I was on a time schedule. Right? Even though we were texting back and forth and blah blah blah, I felt like she was still trying to get the runaround on me, you know, trying to get another date out of me and all that stuff. And I was just like, no, when I put my foot down, told her, and I was just like, look, no, blah, 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 blah. I'm not taking you here. You already know why I'm here for, blah, blah, blah. Right. That was the most submissive, feminine, feminine that I ever got from a woman, from her, because I didn't really yell at her, but I was like, look, I had to put my big boy voice on, and just to make sure she wasn't tugging me around. And she was like, wow, I never really seen that side of you before, and blah 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 and all that stuff. But I don't like it when women have that kind of tug on me. So I don't even, because people say, yo, you gotta dominate that girl. I'll say nah. The reason why I say no is because I don't want her to have a woman have that kind of power over you where she's quote unquote controlling the hawk. That could end up being a domestic violence case waiting to happen. So that's what I would say. Don't even do that. Even though like the women that like you, she will let you do that kind of stuff to her. But even then, that's a trap because like women they be taking pictures of themselves after you done choked her for sex and during sex, and after you did like rough play with her. Women will take pictures of themselves after that and use that against you later on. So that's a double-edged sword right there. That's a double-edged sword. He said, Keisha's love when you do them wrong, then say sorry and cuddle with them. LOL. Yeah. Black women are like, they're like, how do I say it? Hard on the outside, but very soft on the inside. Very hard exterior on the very hard exterior on the outside. But once you get her there to her sweet spot, especially if she's already attracted to you, it's nice and warm on the inside. But the problem with black women, they do this every single time. They will never stop fussing. They will always keep trying to agitate you just specifically for that. And this is why they get into the troubles that they get into. Like it just doesn't stop that one time after you quote unquote put her in her place. It doesn't just stop there. She's going to keep doing that. So you got 5 minutes from after the sex is over. You got 5 minutes to enjoy her submission. 5 minutes. And then right after those 5 minutes, then the next morning, right back at it again with the fussing. Right back at it again. It's just sad. It is sad. He said the pause for you said before you said it's sad got me rolling. But yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, but yeah, like I said, yeah, Batman, he has so much hoes, like so much, and he's not even super. He's not even super, but all the hoes want him because of that exterior he got. He has the more mysterious type of essence towards him. It's very oh man. But yeah, all that stuff. Oh yeah, you got to be able to handle me. That's a trap. I'm sorry. Like if any football players are watching this, that you better get away from that girl that's always like trying to get that out of you, because that's a DV case waiting to happen. Because it just doesn't stop. Like, you put her in her place, quote unquote. She should already know her place. She should already know. You need to be with a woman that already knows her place. If you got to put her in her place, this is a bitch this is clearly a bitch that that that's never where she's always where she's not supposed to be on purpose. If you got to place a bitch somewhere, she should already know what her place is. He said, handle you. Nah, you're not no motorcycle. Oh man. Anyway, man. That's crazy.
Easy. Shut up, bitch.
Let me see if I can find another video. Nah, I don't got no more videos. But anyway, but that's basically it. That's basically it. Oh man, but let me show you in the beginning, because a lot of you some of you guys weren't here. I did save something via the draft. So yeah. So right here, because you already know every draft day you always see tweets like this. She said, not even gonna lie, seeing all black athletes with white girlfriends at every draft makes my blood boil. It's borderline shameful. And you see Tommy Sotomayor, shout out to Tommy Sotomayor. He said, just ain't gonna say nothing about your bad attitude. So just gonna skip that part. But really what he's trying to say is you'll see on particularly black Twitter, black women disparaging black men. The problem is they're just mad at like the one black man in their life that's not doing them right, quote unquote. And they project it amongst all the black men, but not knowing that every black man are looking at that tweet like, damn, it's really like that. Or they'll see something that Cynthia G or one of her followers saying, they'll be like, damn, you know? Or how about this right here? How many times, particularly when it, so right here, look in the club. So you'll be in a club and you're the average black man, and then you'll see black women will literally say, I love drug dealers. I'd rather be with a drug dealer, scammer, blah, 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 over a person that has a 9-to-5. They will say these things out loud and then be shocked when a black man gets money. He's looking at his options. He's looking at his options other than what he knows, because he'll have people don't understand. Black men will have moms like this, bruh. Black men will have moms like this, and they'll be and women will be shocked why he doesn't look at he's not looking inward for his sisters. You know what I mean? So yeah, that was one of the main things, I wanted to highlight. I did that in the beginning. But anyway, yeah, and then I went over some stuff in the NFL draft that was funny. But anyways, yeah, that will be it. I don't have much more. Let me see if I have anything else in the chat real quick. Said, I like chicks of all races, but if I dated a non-black chick, I'd rather date an Asian, a Pacific Islander than a Becky. Yeah, I'll say this. And people might give me flack for this because I've always been that way. I think, you know what? I really think when it comes to Caucasian blonde women, this might be the most overrated group of women, because like those are really the top. Those are the top picks. These are like the top of the women that are like, if you ask most men. But I've never really been into blondes like that. I've never really, like, when it comes to Caucasian women, I've never really been into blondes like that. I don't know what it is. And I swear, like, I'm not even capping. I'm not trying to put up a front. You can ask the white bitches I went to high school with. I just don't really fuck with blondes like that. or red. Like I look at redheads and blondes, I kind of look at them the same. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is about me. I don't really fuck with that blonde with blonde women that much. I'm not saying I never smashed no blonde woman, but I'm just saying like see I don't really see the hype. But I'm talking about it's like for me, if I was gonna hire somebody, like if I was gonna hire a woman to spread propaganda or to destroy somebody that I know, I would hire a blonde Caucasian woman because once they enter the room, they get what they want. They get what they want. Like I can't really go into a type because I can't say I have a type, but I think blondes are a little bit overrated. I think they're a little bit overrated. And then on top of that, plus I also know like a whole lot of white women that have purposely dyed their hair blonde. They're like not natural blondes. And plus maybe because I do know like I know a blonde haired chick that was like actually from Sweden. Like she's like from the Nordic countries. You know what I mean? And she was like she was pretty. She was pretty, right? Like I actually know like an actual blonde woman, like for real, for real. You know, but like I said, like blonde. When it comes to blonde women, I kind of look at them the same way I look at redheads. You know, when it comes to types, I will say in a perfect world, in a perfect world, in a perfect world, I think I would lean towards your line of thinking, Tyrone. I would because I know some badass Cambodian chicks that look amazing, bro. I love so I'll say this in a perfect world, in a perfect world, I would choose. Okay, I'm gonna show you an example what I would probably choose if I can't get a Cambodian chick or a pure Japanese chick, right? Korean, because I done seen some really pretty Korean girls, like really pretty Korean girls. But like if I had a choice, if I had a choice, um, if I had a choice, let me see if I can bring it up. Cause I done seen some of these like look, bro. I'm sorry if people might think I'm a weirdo for saying this, but the most underrated interracial like kids, the most underrated like combo is the black and Asian combo, bro. Yo, that is a underrated combo right there. If like particularly when you're talking about I'm saying particularly Japanese and Black American, when they come together and make kids, those kids look like freaking models, bro. Like they look amazing. Hold on, I gotta show you guys an example. Because there was this girl that I saw on a podcast, and I was like, "Oh my god, man!" Like I didn't see, like they literally look like living anime characters. Oh shoot! I know it sounds creepy when I say it like that, but they look damn near flawless. When I bring them up, I'm about to show you guys something real quick. I'm about to show you guys what I'm talking about. And I'll say this: I like Latinas in the terms of I like Latinas on the basis of this, or anybody. Well, yeah, particularly Latinas, where they take pride in being a wife, right? They actually take pride in being a help, like in being a helpmate. You know what I mean? They take pride in they like in terms of they actually, if they're with the guy that they want, they would want to do that. You know, particularly if you're talking about a Latina straight from South America, not the ones raised in America, the ones coming from Latin America. Let me see if I can find it, man. It was something that Lorette has shown me this podcast with these mixed Japanese kids. And I was like, oh shoot. Hold on for a second. Let me see that. Like if you told me, look, because me, I'm a person, I like to be by myself. But if you force me to say, look, I force you, you need to be with somebody, but you have your choice of the litter, I would lean towards what I'm about to show. Oh man, I don't know if I'll find this on time, but I gotta find it. It's this Japanese podcast that with mixed Japanese kids on there just talking, and they're just speaking Japanese, and it has like the English captions. Oh crap. I almost clicked the wrong thing and messed up everything. Almost there. Here we go. So right here.
YouTube のチャン
So yeah, unfortunately, this would be my type. Unfortunately, this would be my type.
ネルで言ったら、ボイラールームっていう、
知ってるわ。
マジで
めちゃくちゃ見たことある。
そうそうそう。なんか、まあ、DJ の海外的には多分一番なんじゃないかな。でその当時のプレゼンツ、My Bro、まあ、出させてもらったんだけど、できる限り自分がこうさ、イメージしてやったんだけど、それがまんま。私今超調子いいじゃんって時に、来たのよ、その話が。もう、
引き寄せですね。
本当に、繋がっちゃってるもん。
繋がっちゃってるんだよ。どういう感じでやったの？言える？
もう、私がそもそもブラックのルーツがあるっていうことを大前提に置いて、そこからちょっとこう、枝はヒップホップなんだけど、ちょっとそこを私にしかできない別ジャンルのこととかをいろいろ汲み取ってって、そのエディットっていうのをすごいたくさん使ってる。だからヒップホップ好きな人は、
So in other words, the Janae Aiko types. The Janae Aiko types. Yeah. Yeah. Or like the, you know, the Eritrean girls from Eritrea. Google that. You guys got to Google that. The Eritrean girls. No joke. No joke. No joke. Educated Tyrone said, my mom is half Filipino though, so I'm already on the. Oh, okay. Yeah, I rather brunettes than blondes. Blondes are overrated. Oh man. Like a 10 out of 10 brunette. If you have the option of 10 out of 10 brunette or 10 out of 10 blonde, I'm taking the 10 out of 10 brunette. Yeah, the Blasians are underrated, bro. They underrated. They are underrated, bro. Hey, what's up, Angel? I'll say this though. I'll say this though. Unfortunately, the two women that I have simped for the most in my lifetime, one of them was half white, I think. She was like half European Spanish and half Latino. So, and then the other one was pure Latino. So there I have to call into question, what do I really want in life? There I have to really call into question what I really want in life. I'll say that, yeah, the two women that I simped the hardest for in my life. Oh, and then there was this chick that I work with at Home Depot, but she wasn't she found out I was feeling her. This was a black girl. This was a black girl. She found out I was feeling her. I can tell she found out, and she was like, nah. But yeah, yo. Or like, yeah, the Blasian, some of those Blasian chicks be bad as hell, bro. But I'll say this, some of them, the Cambodian chicks, like the regular Cambodian chicks that I ran across, I'm like, wow. Just like, I'm literally just looking at them like, you know? He said, I knew a hotep at the way back in 2011 who dated an African lady. Like, there's like, I'll say this. There's, what's that girl? Tyler. She's from South Africa. But she's mixed, though. She's mixed, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. If I'm not mistaken, Tyler is mixed. But I already told you that the two baddest girls in the game, the two baddest celebrities in the game right now is Tyler and the gymnastics girl from LSU, Olivia Dunn. Those are the two baddest celebrities in the game right now. Yeah, like you got to go to Angel's right. You got to go to the Latinas from their actual country. And you got to, when you go there, you got to stay over there. Stay over there with them. Right. I know. Oh, I'll say this. I remember this one Venezuelan chick that I knew. We had chemistry, but we had chemistry, but I can tell, like I can tell that she doesn't like staying in one place, and you can't be with a girl like that. We had chemistry though. We had chemistry. Very, very submissive too. Very nice. Very submissive. Didn't like freaking, like, you know what I mean? Like in terms of limit you in what you wanted from her. But she couldn't stay in one place. she can't stay in one place. Plus, Venezuelans low key they be on the finesse. The Venezuelan chicks be always on the finesse because they're literally. There's a lot of people that say that they're with Colombian chicks, but they don't understand is a lot of them are former Venezuelans, and they're on like some real desperate type stuff. So, oh man. Yeah, black and Japanese. Yeah, Eritrean chicks. Eritrean chicks are very pretty. Ethiopian chicks. Ethiopian chicks are underrated. I will say, I'll say this when it comes to Caucasian women, the best looking Caucasian woman, I would say, from my experience, I would say, I would say some of those Ukrainian chicks be bad as hell. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Maybe it's because they know they gotta find a man. But a lot of those Ukrainian chicks I done came across, they be bad as hell. Some of that, like some Polish chicks be pretty. But I'll say objectively speaking, it would probably be either the Portuguese or Spanish chicks. Even though Italian chicks are very underrated. Italian chicks are underrated. Yeah, they're underrated. I tell you, Italian chicks are very underrated. And I'll say this, if you like even a mixture of just like not just white, you can get an Italian chicks around from the Mediterranean. There's some pretty mixed Italian chicks down there too. From the Mediterranean. Some pretty chicks down there, bro. No cap. So a lot also, some countries in the Middle East, they produce some pretty some chicks. Look, I'll say that he said the Russians. Look, there's some Ukrainian chicks that I've seen recently. I'm like, man, maybe they on some they know that they need to be chose, so they're just on some. Let me make sure I look as pretty as possible. Oh man. Oh yeah, Russian chicks, yeah. But I don't know. I've seen some of these Ukrainian chicks, bro. Oh no. Like I'll say UK has the worst looking women, bro. Fuck that. I'm talking about of all races. I'm sorry. I'm talking about England. No. Hell no. Hell no. I haven't look, dude, you might as well just stick to the woman you got here in America. If you're gonna go to the UK. Oh, fuck that, man. Nah. No UK for me. No UK for me. Yeah, I'll say the Portuguese chicks, the chicks from the Mediterranean, just off that port, off the Mediterranean, just off the Mediterranean, women off that port. So of all countries off the Mediterranean, all regions off there, man, they got some underrated ones, very underrated, very underrated. He said, Chris, your chat really men of culture in regards to women. Really men of culture. Yeah. I always tell men, look, man, try everything. Don't just limit yourself to one spot. Don't limit yourself. Yeah, no, there's like me, Scottish, Australia. There's no, I would not touch an Australian woman with a 10-foot pole. Please, I wouldn't even touch an Australian woman. First of all, the accents. Then on top of that, you already know their feminazism is going to kick in at any point. At any point. Scottish, no, because she's probably a drinker. And then look, the Scottish and Irish, they don't be playing. So nah. Like I'm not taking no chick from the UK. Not from the UK, not Australia. I would say Portugal, Spain, right? Italy. When it comes to European women. Yeah, definitely Spain. Definitely Spain. Definitely Spain. And then Italian chicks, they're underrated. I'll say this. I'll say this. If you want a tall kid, right? Get you a Lithuanian, like Educated Tyrone said. He brought a Lithuania, Estonian, or Russian. Oh man. Yeah, if you give me the option, I'm taking a Russian chick over UK, Australia, please. But if you want a big kid, better procreate with a Lithuanian. Procreate with a Lithuanian. And I'll say this: be wary if she's Serbian, Albanian, Slovakian, Slovenian. Be wary. Those are hood chicks. Don't let the white skin tone fool you. Serbian chicks, Albanian chicks, these are hood chicks. They got hoods in Russia too. I'm not saying they don't, but I'm like, when you talk, those are just hood white chicks. People don't see it, but those are hood chicks. So that's enter at your own risk when you're dealing with a Serbian chick. Please, man. Oh man. He said, tall. Did I hide a comment? No, I didn't. Okay, good. I thought I hit something accidentally. He said, I prefer a tall woman personally. Yeah, if they told me to procreate with somebody, I'm gonna pick a taller woman. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. I'm not even gonna lie. Now, obviously, if it's, I would want to procreate with a woman that wants to stay with me long term, right? But if it was on some business type stuff, if I was on some business type stuff, I'm gonna choose. Particularly, I am going to choose a European tall woman. that's in shape, that's like skinny though, like super skinny, and I'm gonna procreate with her. I'll be like, okay, that on some, you know how Cristiano Ronaldo chose like his the person, the surrogate person, and we don't know who the surrogate mother. I would do something like that. I would be on some eugenics type stuff. Oh man. So why do y'all prefer? We're just talking about procreation. We're just talking about when it comes to procreation. You got to think ahead of the times. Like imagine. Look how many. Do you know how many people? How many mad 5'10", 5'11", 6 feet, 6'1" basketball players I know because their dad was like 6'8" or 6. Their dad was like 6'2", but they the mom is like 5'2". You know what I mean? Do you know how many frustrated basketball players that were good? And they're just like, man, if I was 5 inches taller. But if they did the research, they could have just been like, okay, let me procreate with a woman that's 5'9". Or if she is short, if she has tall men in her family. These are the things people don't look for. Like men don't really men don't really operate like that. But it like look at LeVar Ball. LeVar Ball literally said, "Yo, one of the main factors in choosing the wife that I have is that she was tall." She's like, she was tall, she was lengthy. I'm 6'6". Like LeVar Ball is 6'6". He said, I'm 6'6". My wife, she was a tall woman. I was like, oh no, this is perfect. So I can have the NBA. So my boys can end up in the NBA. That's a person that's thinking 50, 30 years down the line. Most people don't think down the line like that. You know what I mean? We just go off of our lust. A lot of men, they just go off of booty. they go after the women that have the biggest booty. That's what men do, particularly ninjas. They don't even look at, okay, what is my kid gonna look like? Okay, what are the genetics that run in this girl's family? The schizophrenia run in her family. There's mental health issues run in her family. How tall are her brothers? How short are her brothers? Does she come from a big family? Is her dad tall? These are the things that men don't really they don't really look at. But this is like, if men were smart, they would actually look at stuff like this. They would actually look at stuff like this and they'll be like, okay. Like, well, the thing is, when it comes to the white nationalists, they're very slow. So like when I will say like Serbia is the hood, they don't get it. They don't get it. First of all, I didn't see it. First of all, I didn't seen videos of like Albanian chicks. They be fighting and stuff in their country. I didn't seen these videos. They're just white straggles, bro. They're just white straggles. No joke. Those are hood chicks. Talking about Albanian chicks, Slovakian, Serbian. Look what happened to Jokic brother the other night. Punching dudes in the punching somebody in the stands. And people are just so shocked. They don't even realize, like, that's people only expect that kind of stuff from ninjas, but people don't understand, like, Serbian white people, that's not, it's different. It's different, man. The white people from Slovakia or Serbia, those are different. Or Bosnia is under, man, don't mess with no chick. Like, I'll say this. Bosnia got some dangerous people in there, bro. You talking about the Bosnians? Oh man. Those are some dangerous people, bro. Those are some dangerous people. Tall too. A lot of tall people over there. A lot of tall people over there. But the Bosnians, they're no joke. They're no joke. Yeah, when it comes to procreation, I'm gonna take a tall chick. because for me, my height didn't matter for the sport that I wanted to play. So for the sport that I wanted to play, especially if I lived in another country, the height doesn't matter. Well, I'm talking about soccer, right? Football. So I never really wanted, like, in terms of basketball and football weren't my first choices. You know, I've always wanted to play soccer. Now, unfortunately, soccer in America, the way they recruit, it's not they don't really know what they're doing when it comes to that. That's why I often think about, damn, what if I lived in Netherlands? What if I grew up in France? What if I grew up in England, right? Or Spain instead of America? I'd probably be in a way different spot right now, where I'm in a country where soccer is encouraged, where it's like, you know what I mean? Doing what I want to do on that end. That's what I often think. I often think about that. How different my life would have been if I grew up in those spots. He said, I don't see a problem with men rejecting women because of height, because they do it to men all day. Facts. But I'll say this, the whole thing about the height thing, it seems to be a more recent phenomena due to the dating apps and stuff like that. Like, I'm like, in 2016, dating wasn't a problem for me. You know, it really wasn't. It's only been recent where, like, we're talking about 2018, 2019, where you have women start rejecting me, or women laughing at me because of my height. Like, that really wasn't a problem in high school, really wasn't a problem in college. You know what I mean? This is like really recent where women are starting to do stuff like that. But like I said, like, my first passion is soccer. And with soccer, your height does not matter. It doesn't matter at all. So I never really even thought about my height when I was playing, because because soccer's my first sport. The only problem is I faced more discrimination from, like, the recruiters, because what happened with this is how D1 recruiters recruit you for soccer, or D2 recruiters. They just go off, you have to be 6 feet tall. Right? So that whole 6 feet tall and up, I faced that from recruiters first male recruiters first, before I faced it from women in general when it comes to dating, believe it or not. So that used to be something to be like, that's kind of a weird thing to ask. I'm a midfielder. I don't think you need to be asking for my height. I usually played, particularly especially after I got hurt, especially after I got injured junior year. I always played right behind the striker. That's the position I usually played. I usually played behind the striker, and the year before that, I would play in the midfield. Just in general, I would play in the midfield. But I played I'll say most of my high school years in terms of club soccer, because high school soccer is different. But when it comes to club soccer, I played most of the time behind the striker. I played behind the striker. So the position that I was playing, or if I played in the center mid, or if I played wing, because I remember I played a lot of wing too as well. If you're playing wing, your height does not matter. Your height doesn't matter at all. The height only matters when you're playing center back or goalkeeper. And those are the two positions that most soccer players don't want to play. It's goalkeeper and center back. And those are the two positions in soccer most dudes do not want to play. So that's why soccer's the most perfectly balanced sport, in my opinion, because everywhere else your height does not matter. Yeah, I'll say this. The tall chicks, they don't care if they date a shorter guy. Like, they'll be like 6 feet tall, but they'll go out with a guy that's like 5'8", 5'9". Right? The ones that I've seen OD on the height thing are fat women. To be quite honest, you like 5'5", Fat women, 5'4", 5'5", fat women that like to wear heels and shit like that. Or the woman will be already short. She'll be like 5'3", talking about she needs a guy that's 6'5", 6'6". Or the girl will be 4'11" or 4'10", talking crazy about you. You're just like, you're literally looking up to me, even though I'm 5'7". You're still looking up to me, right? I'll say recently I had a chick. She's a single mom though, so she don't count. But she was like 4'9" or 4'10". So like those really small chicks, they're really fun to play with, but I don't, in terms of procreation wise, it's not a smart idea. He said, I thought Serbs were worse than Serbians. He said, Andrew Tate would talk about him and his bro almost. Yeah, those ninjas be getting jumped in those spots. Like I said, those spots are the hood. You talking about Serbia? What's up, Trevor? You talking about Serbia? You talk about, oh man, these spots, the Slovakians. These people, they don't play, bro. They don't play. Russians don't play as well. So yeah, Eastern Europeans, they don't play. Eastern Europeans, they don't play. I'll say this: Croatian women are very pretty, very pretty. Croatian women are very pretty. Well, yeah, but during that, when I was in high school, that was like 2012, from 2012 through 2016. So, it's like right when I left high school in 2016, that's when they actually started fixing the soccer fields and actually putting stuff behind it. I was so mad about that. But the way we do soccer, I'm gonna do a stream on this one day, just a pure soccer stream, and talk about why the way the soccer programs are in the USA are ass backwards. Everywhere else in the world, first of all, the way we do sports in America is ass backwards. I cannot believe it took them so long for them to finally be like, oh my God, I think we need to start paying these college students. I'm like, you think? Because you see what they have in Europe or in Africa or South America. You can start playing. You can be a pro soccer player or a pro. I'm talking about pro basketball player, pro field hockey player, right? Pro handball player. You can be a pro at like 16 or 15 years old, and it's like normal. You don't have to go through a college for a year. No, you can literally become pro at 16 or 15. And they'll have like reserve teams, and the reserve teams will be like U23s, U20 from like U21 or U23, right? So it'll be for players that are 23 and under. You'll have those reserve teams, and they'll have you can make exceptions. You can have 3 players over 23 playing on that team on the regular. It's like this. They have promotion, they have relegation. In America, we have none of that. We don't have no promotion. There's no relegation. There's no incentives for a regular person to start a club, because they would just be stuck at semi-pro, and they can't move up. They can't move up like in England or Spanish or Spain, whatever, Netherlands. You can just start a club, especially in England. You can just start a club, and even though it might take you 20 years, but you can get yourself promoted all the way to the top flight. We don't have that in America. You will have teams that are just garbage for decades. The reason why that happens is because there's no relegation, there's no promotion. So there's no incentives for people to actually start something, Oh yeah, that is true. Another reason why you'll see tall dudes end up with short women, because like short women or fat women, they don't hold back. They don't hold back, meaning they're not going to put no roadblocks on them. They could literally do whatever they want. So you'll have like an equally as tall woman that's not necessarily worshiping the guy because they're similar height. So that's what happens. So Chris, do you think face or height matters more in a vacuum besides for guys who are literal manlets or little people? I would say I still think it's a combination of everything. So I don't want to bring up this example because people are going to think I'm a creep if I say this. So I'll say face. I think I'll say height slightly above face. Height slightly. Because I'll say having a presentable face will bring you far in the world. I try to tell there are certain people that are related to me. I'll say like you'll be fine because you're not. I'm not saying you're a model, but be happy that you're not ugly, bro. I done told certain women this. Just I'm like, be happy that you have a presentable face. I'm not saying you're a supermodel, but you have a presentable face, so where like men will actually listen to what you have to say. But yeah, anyway, man. Anyway, like I'll do one day. I will do a whole stream about soccer. I'll do that and how we do things. We do things ass backwards in America. We do things ass backwards in America, and it's the reason why America will never win a World Cup, even though we should. With the amount of immigrants that we have, the amount of different type of backgrounds that we have, just look at France. All the different backgrounds, all the people that they can pull from. I'm like, how can we not have something like this here? But the recruiting process is terrible. First of all, there's no promotion, no relegation. You got the pay for play system. So what ends up happening is the people that end up getting pushed are the best rich kids, which is not wrong, but like baseball was like, for example, the players that are playing need to be playing against everybody. The players need to be iron sharpens iron. If you have like the best rich kids, but they've never played nobody from the streets, or if you have the best street kids that never play nobody from the suburbs, you're missing a perfect. You're missing something. You're missing something. Everybody, iron sharpens iron. The whiz kid dude from Chile. You mean Alexis Sanchez? That's all. Like that's what I'm thinking about. He said a whiz kid from Chile. That might be the best player. I'm thinking Alexis Sanchez that you're talking about. Yeah, Sanchez. Sanchez was amazing. He played, but like a guy like Sanchez, if he grew up in America, he would have never made it. He would have never made a D1. He would have never even made a D1. Because everything is pay for play. So the MLS academies, if you make the MLS academies, right? You don't have to pay for that if you make the team. But there's only a certain amount of MLS academies. Most of the other academies, you have to pay like an arm and a leg to get in. IMG, South Central, all these ones, you got to pay an arm and a leg to get in those academies. You know? Yeah, those you got to pay an arm and a leg. Alexis Sanchez was really good. Oh yeah, Wesley Schneider, I'll say that was he was I'll say very underrated because that year in 2010 he was basically the best center midfielder in the world that year. A wicked shot. He had a wicked shot with both feet. Wicked shot with both feet. Could take free kicks, could take penalties, take corners. He won the Champions League that year, won Serie A. He almost won the World Cup. Yeah, he won he lost in the World Cup to Spain with the Netherlands team, but he was he's Schneider. He was a weapon. That was a weapon. He was a weapon in the midfield. He could do everything. He could do everything. He could do everything. That was a world-class center midfielder. People think that he should have won the Ballon d'Or that year over Messi and Ronaldo. And I understand why. Because he, as a midfielder, there wasn't really many midfielders better than him that particular year. But Schneider, whew, that was a really good player. Wesley Schneider, he's fat now. He's a fat dude now. I don't know. Wesley Schneider is a fat dude now. I would disagree with you there. Sanchez is not Kyrie Irving of soccer. That title belongs to Neymar. Neymar's got the best ball control. I'm talking about I've seen some of the best. We're talking about Zidane, Berbatov had a great first touch, but Neymar, his touch is damn near impeccable. Damn near, there's really no weakness in Neymar's game. Really, if you think about it, there's really no weakness. Because as an attacker, there's really no weakness in his game. He has every skill in the book, every single skill that he can pull off just like that. And on top of that, because when Sanchez was at Barcelona, when Sanchez, because before Sanchez moved to Arsenal, Sanchez was at Barcelona. They brought Neymar in there to replace, to replace Sanchez. So that's why I would say Neymar. Let me see. I thought they would have beat Spain. Oh, you mean in the 2010 World Cup? But Robin, he made the right decision. It was just a good foot save by Casillas, and Casillas was the best player in the world. I mean, the best goalkeeper in the world at that time. So that's, and I'll say this, Robin. How about this, Educated Tyrone? I'm gonna leave it off at this. Since you mentioned Arjen Robben. I equate the modern woman to Arjen Robben. And this is why I say that. I'm gonna leave the stream off like this. Thank you guys for tuning in, but I'm gonna leave it off at this. Remember, you know how Robin, everybody knows that he's gonna be on his left foot. This might be the most left-footed player I've ever seen in my life. Like everybody knows, like even Messi uses his right foot way more than Arjen Robben does. Arjen Robben never uses his right foot, right? He never uses his right foot. Oh yeah, it's fine. Like me, I'm a casual boxing fan, so I'll say certain things in boxing that I don't know about. But Arjen Robben is the most left-footed player you will ever see. Now, Arjen Robben is a legend, one of the best wingers of all time, very successful. Now, when you're dealing with lefties in soccer, it's pointless to say that, oh, his weakness is he doesn't use his right foot. He doesn't need it. So men will say, oh, women, their biggest weakness is accountability. I'm like, yeah, on paper, yes, but do they need it though? Do they need it? This is why I want men to kind of switch their mindset when it comes to that. When it comes to accountability, right? Women don't really need it to get far in life. They don't, like I already told you earlier in the in the stream. If a woman plays her card right, she could go her whole life without having to work. I'm talking about successful life without having to work. Imagine that. Even the most handsome men, even the most athletic of men, they got to work. That's what I would say. But yeah, next stream, I will do the soccer stream. I'm gonna do a soccer stream next one. I don't know when that will be. Probably Monday. I don't think I'll have time tomorrow. It's either going to be tomorrow or Monday. I'll just do a soccer stream and I'll just make sure I have it scheduled or something like that. But anyway, thank you guys for tuning in. I do have to bounce because I went way overtime, but I didn't put a set time for this one. But thank you guys for tuning in, man. Thank you, Harp's Desire, Educated Tyrone, Pyro, Angel, Trevor, Young Doka. Thank you for tuning in. IB in the beginning. Thank you, brother. Harp's Desire. Thank you guys for tuning in, man. And I will leave it off at this, man. Peace out, guys. Educated Tyrone. Thank you, bro.